Hello guys and welcome to the channel. So the React.js course together with Django and Django REST framework is on its way, and in the meantime I'm publishing the free version of the Udemy course as a summary of Django with JavaScript and Ajax tutorials here on the channel, because apart from this video there will probably be just one more that I'm going to publish in the upcoming days. So soon this chapter will be closed and you will find new things on the channel such as Django with React.js, React Native, creating TK inter-apps, and much more. So in this course, we will learn how to build a CRUD app, including functionalities such as adding spinners, liking, unliking posts, loading more posts on a button click, and more. However, let's remember that this is a free version, so we won't cover the theory here, and we will skip some cool features like uploading multiple pictures to carousels. Now, let's take a look at how the full version looks like. And if you like my work and you would like to support me, I'm leaving the link to the full course in the description. Alright guys, let's get started with this project. So what I'm going to do first is to open a blank window of terminal, and I'm going to make it just a little bit bigger so you can precisely see what I'm going to type over here. And then the first command that I'm going to write is cd desktop, because we want to access the desktop in order to create a virtual environment over there. So right now I'm at the desktop, and over here I'm going to write virtualenv. And then we need to provide the name of the virtual environment. So I'm just going to type DJ as Django and then Ajax. And right now we have a confirmation that this virtual environment has been created. We can see this folder over here. And let's go inside of it. So cd DJ Ajax. All right. And we can actually activate our virtual environment in order to install packages. So source bin activate is the command to activate our virtual environment, and right now we can start installing packages starting from Django. So let's write pip install Django and let's press enter, and we need to wait a few seconds. Alright, so Django has been successfully installed. I have a warning that I need to upgrade pip version, but I'm going to worry about this a little bit later. For now, let's focus on Django. So we have Django 3.1.7 installed, and this means that we can start a Django project. So in order to do this, we need to write down Django admin, and then start project, and the name of the project. So I'm just going to put in posts proj, and I'm going to type enter. Okay, so let's list out the elements, and right now we see that we have this post project created. We have bin folder, lib folder, and post proj folder. So let's go inside of this folder that we created just a second ago. Cd posts proj, and let's list out the elements. We see over here manage py file, which helps us to manage all the administrative tasks, and post proj folder. So it's a little bit weird, maybe a little bit confusing even, that we have a post proj folder inside of post proj folder. So to avoid this confusion, I'm going to go up one level. So I'm going to go to DJ Ajax, and I'm going to rename this post proj folder to src. So in order to do this, I'm just going to confirm that I'm inside of this post project that I want to rename. So I'm inside of this directory, and I'm going to go up one level, cd space 2 dots, and now I'm in DJ Ajax, and this is, one more time, the folder that I want to rename. So mv, and I want to rename posts proj to src. And let's list out the elements, and as you can see, we have src right now. So we can go to src, list out the elements, and we have nothing changed over here. We have manage py and the post proj folder, which is our main project folder. This folder consists of, among others, settings py file and urls py file, which will be the main URL file across our project. So this urls py file will include URL patterns from the applications that we are going to create with the use of manage py in just a few seconds. But one thing that is missing right now, and what we need to take care of first, is the database. So we don't see any database file over here, and in order to proceed, let's actually create one. And again, we are going to focus on manage py file. This is going to be the first use of our manage py file. So let's put python manage py migrate. Okay, now we created the tables in the database, so let's list out the elements, and as you can see, we have our SQLite database. Okay, so if we have our SQLite database created, we can actually create a super user so that we can actually log into the Django administration. So let's do this. And again, we are going to use python manage py, but this time not migrate, but create super user. Okay, I'm going to leave the username as blank. This means I'm going to use this super user, and then I'm going to leave the email as empty, and I'm going to set the password and confirm the password. All right, so here is a confirmation that the super user has been successfully created. Perfect. So as the next step, we can actually create 2 additional applications for our project. So over here, we will have the SQLite, our manage py file. We will also have our main project folder, and next to those 3 items, we will have 2 application folders. In order to do this, let's write python manage py, and this time start app, and the first application that we will create is posts. Let's list out the elements. As you can see, we have posts over here. Perfect. The other one that I'm going to create is profiles. So python manage py, and then we need to type in start app and profiles. And let's list out the elements, and we have profiles. Perfect. So as the next step, let's simply run the development server. And again, we are going to use manage py file for this. Python manage py run server. So what we need to do is to copy this link and go to the browser, paste it, and here is a confirmation that we have successfully installed Django. And then if we type -admin, we have a login to our Django administration. So let's log in with the super user. So this was my username, and then I need to provide the password. And let's log in. And here we are. We are inside the Django administration, and we will be doing some work from over here as well. But for now, the most important thing is to know that we successfully set up Django, and we will continue working on the setup of our project in the next video. So hope to see you guys over there. Have a great day and bye-bye. Alright guys, so before we jump into Visual Studio Code, let's install 2 additional packages that will be very helpful for building our project. So the first one is absolutely essential and it's called Pillow. So in order to install Pillow, we need to write pip install Pillow. And then the other one is going to be called Django Crispy Forms. And with this package, we will be able to create nice looking forms across our project in a very easy way. So in order to install Django Crispy Forms, we need to type pip install Django like this, Crispy Forms, okay? And right now, if we type pip freeze, we will notice that we have Pillow and Django Crispy Forms installed. All right, so as the next step, what I'm going to do is to check the directory. I'm currently in the main directory, so I'm at the desktop DJ Ajax. If you are at source, please go to this directory. So in order to move from source, you just need to type cd and 2 dots. So if I go to source, pwd, I'm at source right now, and if I want to go back, just need to type cd 2 dots. And here what we are going to do is to create a requirements.txt file that will consist of those packages and their versions. All right, so in order to do this, I'm just going to type pip freeze and is greater than requirements.txt. Did I spell this correctly? Yeah, I hope so. Okay, I'm going to press enter. And right now, if we list the elements, we have this requirements.txt created. So here it is, okay? We can even open it up and make this a little bit bigger so that you can see that basically this matches this, okay? So right now, I'm maybe going to copy this requirements.txt and I'm going to put it at the desktop. So let's say that we want to recreate this virtual environment with the use of this requirements.txt. So we don't need to actually manually type pip install Pillow and so on. We can just use this requirements.txt file and we can do it in a very easy way. What I'm going to do is to create a new window, open a new window of terminal over here, and I'm going to make it bigger, okay? And I'm going to head to the desktop. Here I'm going to create a new virtual environment and I'm going to name it test. And then I'm going to access test, activate test, and I'm going to drop this requirements.txt file in the test directory. So now we have this requirements.txt file available, so we can write down pip install r requirements.txt. And as you can see, the packages are now being installed, okay? So this is how to do it. Right now we can close this window and go back to our project. And yeah, we can actually proceed and open Visual Studio Code. So what we need to do is to go to the source directory first. So cd src, and we want to open Visual Studio Code from here. Code space dot is the command for this. And if you're not able to open Visual Studio Code like I did, you need to press Command Shift P and then find this shell command installed code command in path. You'll get a confirmation that shell command code has been successfully installed in path. You can close it, you can close Visual Studio Code, and then do it again. Code space dot enter, and it should work. I think Windows users have it built in by default, but yeah, this is how to do it. And we can take a look. What do we have over here? In the source directory, we have posts application, posts project. So this is our main project folder. Then we have profiles, our database, and the manage py file. So we should be already familiar with this structure. So let's actually access post project and let's open settings py file. Over here, we need to do several things, starting from the installed apps list, which needs to be extended. So we installed 2 additional applications, posts and profiles, and let's include those applications in our project. So let's put in posts, and then let's put in profiles. But we also installed Django Crispy Forms, and Crispy Forms needs to be included in this list as well. Okay, so here we have third-party apps, and here are our own apps. All right, so I'm going to save settings PY. However, we need to do still some work over here. Let's jump to templates, and here we have a section called the dears, and this is basically an empty list. And here inside of this list, we need to tell Django where to look for additional templates. And to be more precise, for our project purposes, we need to tell Django where to find base HTML and navbar HTML. So later navbar HTML will be included in the base HTML, but if you don't know what a base HTML file is, well, this is basically the main template that other templates will inherit from, okay? So what I'm going to do is to first, in the source directory, create another folder called templates, all right? And then I need to tell Django where to look for this templates. So I'm just going to write base dir, and base dir is defined at the top of this file over here, and base dir slash and then templates. So it's going to be placed in the source templates directory. Okay, here it is. So this is for the templates. We can scroll down and we need to configure right now our static files and media files. So the static files are CSS, JavaScript, and images, just as you can see in this comment over here. And the media files are the ones that the user uploads, all right? So we need to tell Django where to look for static files right now. And in order to do this, what I'm going to do is to create another folder called static. So we want to have a main static folder where we are going to keep static files that we are going to use across the entire project in all applications, okay? So for example, in the static folder, we are going to keep style CSS, okay? And here we can create a class that we will use both in the profiles and posts. So it's going to be not visible class. And we can put in display and set it to none, okay? So this is just an example. In this style CSS, we will have not visible class, and we are putting it in the main static folder because it will be used across our project in both of our applications. So in order to tell Django where to look for this static folder, what we are going to do is to open a list called static files dirs, and here let's place in base dir and then slash and static. All right, so this is basically it. But we also will have static files for our applications. So in the profiles application, for example, we will have some unique JavaScript files that are going to be associated with HTML templates. So in the profiles application and post application, we will have a main HTML file, and this main HTML file will be connected with a main JS file, all right? So in order to do this, we need to actually include in those applications static folders. So I'm going to create a static folder in the posts, and I'm also going to create a static folder in the profiles, okay? And what we need to do right now is to tell Django that we want to look for in the base directory, and then not static, but we need to go to a particular application posts and then static, okay? and we need to do the same thing for the profiles. So we'll go to the base directory, then not post but profiles, and then over there we will have this static folder, and this static folder is this one. Okay, and then we need to configure media files starting from media URL, and I'm going to explain this just a little bit later once we start working with images. And we also will need a media root. Okay, so media root will be base dir / media. So according to those settings, I need to create inside of the source directory another folder called media, like this. And here we will keep all the media files, so all the files that the user uploads. In our case, those media files are going to be images, right? So yeah, let's actually save the settings py file. Hopefully we didn't make any mistakes, and let's include the settings for the static and media files in the URL patterns. All right, so we need to open our post project, we need to go to urls py, and here let's begin from the import. So for the future I'm going to import include, and with include we are going to bring in the URL patterns of our applications to this main urls py file. And yeah, we will talk about this a little bit later. So if you feel confused, don't be. This will become obvious very soon. And we will need to import settings and static. So let's begin from settings. From Django conf, we want to import settings, and then from Django conf URL static, we want to import static. Okay, and right now we can go to the bottom and extend our URL patterns list. So I'm going to explain this a little bit later, but for now let's write static, and here we need to access the settings and static URL, and then document root is going to be equal settings and then static root. Okay, so we have the configuration for the static files. We have them included in the URL patterns. Let's do the same for the media files. So here we need to just change static to media, and here we need to change static to media. Okay, here we didn't make any spelling mistakes. No, I don't think so. Everything should be fine. All right, so I'm going to save this, and right now we can actually create in the templates directory a base HTML file and a navbar HTML file. As mentioned before, navbar will be included a little bit later, so for now let's focus on this base HTML file, and you can find this file in the attachment to this course. All right, so let's pause the video over here, let's bring in this file or the code that will be pasted to this empty base HTML, and let's go through this code together. Okay, alright guys, so I've pasted the code, and let's go through it starting from the top. So here in line 1 we have load static. So in order to reference the static files, we need to load static, like over here, and then we have HTML blocks, and inside of the main HTML block we have head, and inside we have some blocks for required meta tags. We have favorite icon, which is commented out just for now because we don't have this favorite icon just yet. And then we have Bootstrap CSS, and we are using Bootstrap version 5. Okay, then we have custom CSS, and this is how we are connecting our style CSS over here with our template. Okay, and then we have custom JS, and here we have another reference to the static files, and we have functions.js. So this functions.js file doesn't exist just yet, so let me create it very quickly. Functions.js. Okay, so now it's okay. And then we have our first block for template inheritance purposes. So for example, if we copy this and paste it over here, let's imagine that, let's focus only on this part, okay? Let's imagine that we have a template that inherited from this base HTML. We've opened up this block scripts, and here what we are going to do is to write profiles and then main.js. So basically we can imagine that we have a main HTML file, and through the block scripts we are linking it with the main.js of the profiles application. Okay, so profiles main HTML will be linked with the use of block scripts with the profiles main.js. Okay, so if this is confusing, don't worry about it. It will become very obvious once we start working with it. And the same thing is for the block title. So each template that will inherit from base HTML will have this read posts as a title. This is a constant, you can say. But then next to this read posts, we have a block title, and it will be different from depending on what we will define in each template that will inherit from this base HTML. So if we have an about page, we can put in about. If we have a contact page, we could put in over here contact, okay? And the same is for the block content. So here we have a div with a class container. So this is a bootstrap class that will add some spacing on the left and on the right. And then we have another bootstrap class, margin top 3, and it will give us some margin at the top. And then inside of this div, we have a block content. And here we will put in the content of a particular page, okay? And then we have bootstrap bundle, and we also have jQuery. So basically this is a modified version of the starter template at getbootstrap.com. And I'm going to save the base HTML, and I think we are ready to continue with our project and do a little bit more exciting stuff. So we will begin working on our modals in the post application and in the profiles application in the next video. Okay, I hope you guys made it through. I know this setup part isn't the most exciting part, but from now on it should only get better. Hopefully we didn't make any mistakes. If we did, we are going to correct them on the way. All right, so wish you all a great day and see you soon. Take care and bye-bye. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this video we are going to define what kind of information do we want to keep in the database. So we created 2 applications in our project, and we are going to go to the modals.py file of those applications, and we are going to define classes over there. So a class is like a table, and within this class we are going to define some fields which are going to be basically the columns. So you can say that each row is going to be an object of a particular class. And yeah, enough talking, let's see how this will work in practice. So I'm going to begin with the profiles. So let's go to profiles and then open up the modals.py file. Over here, let's put in class profile. So this is the name of the class, and it will inherit from modals.modal. The first field, so the first column that I want to define, is the user. Okay, so this is going to be a modals one-to-one field because each user can only have one profile. So in order to complete this, I need to pass in the user modal, and I can get it from Django contrib auth modals, and from here just import the user, and now we can pass in the user. And we need to specify on delete, and here we just need to put in modals cascade. So every time a user gets deleted, the profile of this user will get deleted as well. Okay, and this is the first field, this is the first column in our table. The next one is going to be the bio, and this is going to be a modals text field. And what I'm going to do over here is to set it as blank equal to true. So basically this is going to be an optional field. You can also maybe add a default value, for example, like no bio, okay? But I'm going to go with the blank is equal to true. I'm going to make this field simply optional. And the other one is going to be avatar. So this is going to be the third field, and here we are just going to put in modals image field, and we are going to define the default equal to, and I'm going to call it avatar PNG, and then we will specify the upload to, and this is going to be avatars. So inside of the media folder, we will have another avatars folder, and over there we are going to keep the images of an avatar that the user uploads. Okay, and the default is going to be avatar PNG. So what we can do next is to go to Pixabay. I already downloaded this particular image, but you just need to type avatar over here. Avatar, one more time. Okay, I selected this one and I renamed it to avatar PNG, just like we defined over here. Okay, and then I'm just going to open this virtual environment directory. I'm going to head to source media, and I'm just going to put it over here. All right. Okay, so let's also define two additional fields, the updated, and this is going to be a modals date time field with auto now is equal to true, and then created. And this is going to be a modals date time field with auto now add is equal to true. So here we are going to keep the track of date time of the creation date and the update. All right. Let's also not forget about the string representation method for our object. So let's put in this str_dunder method, and let's return an f string where I'm just going to put in something like profile of the user, and here I'm going to inject self user. So I'm going to refer to this user field over here and then username. Perfect. Now I'm going to save this, and I'm going to jump into the posts application because we need to create our post class as well. So in order to do this, we need to simply write down a class post which inherits from modals.modal. All right, so the first field over here is going to be the title. This is going to be a modals char field with the max length equal to 200. The second one is going to be the body. And if you're not comfortable with this name, you can go ahead and write description or just provide any name you like. But I like to set it as body because it's kind of convenient and short. So I'm just going to put over here modals text field. Then we will have the liked field. And with this liked field, we will be able to track the users who liked our post. So this has to be a many-to-many field. And we again need the user model. So again, we need to go to Django contrib auth modals. And from here, we need to bring in the user model so we can actually pass it. And since this liked field will be empty when a post is going to be created, okay, when posts are created, there are no users who like them initially. Okay, so I'm going to set this to blank is equal to true because this setting will later help us when we are going to create some sample posts in the Django administration. All right, and then we can have the author, and this is going to be a foreign key to the profile. So we need to bring in our profile model from profiles.modals. We want to import this profile, and let's pass it in. Okay, and again, we need to define what will happen on delete. So we will have modals cascade again. So every time a profile gets deleted, the posts to this profile will get deleted as well. Okay, and then let's jump back to profiles and copy those two fields. And let's put them in as well. And finally, we need to also provide the string representation method and here I'm just going to return whatever the title is. Okay, so let's return str self title. Okay, let's go ahead and save this. Let's quit the server from running and let's do the migrations. Python manage py make migrations, and Python manage py migrate, and Python manage py run server. However, if we go to the Django administration and we will refresh the page, you can see that nothing changed, and this is because we need to register those classes in the admin. So each application has an admin py file, and here we just need to go in order to register our classes. Okay, so let's go to admin and let's bring in the post, because we are at the post right now. So let's bring in the post class. So from .modals we want to import the post, and here let's just write admin site register post, like this. So let's save this, and now if we refresh it, we will see the posts. Okay, and we need to do the same thing for the profiles. So from .modals we want to import the profile, and admin site register profile, like this. Let's save this, let's hit refresh, and there it is. All right, so if we go to profiles, we can notice that there is no profiles created. So what we can do is add a profile for the user that we created during the Django setup. So we can add a profile for the super user. So let's press add by the profiles, and we can select our super user. And as you can see, this bio field is optional, it's not bolded, and then avatar is mandatory because it is bolded. However, we set a default value over here, so we actually don't need to select this file, we can skip it. So I'm just going to press save and continue editing, and the profile has been created, and here we have this avatar. Okay, so here is the media URL, and if we jump into the settings py file, where is settings py? Here it is. Here is basically the media URL. Okay, and then if I will change this to for example, Lord Voldemort. Okay, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to save this. And now the media URL changed. So if I press enter, we have page not found. However, if we replace media with Lord Voldemort, there it is. It's working again. Okay. So this is very important to provide the media URL, the static URL, and to put in some informations where Django should look for the static and media files. And then we need to include those settings in the URL patterns. All right. So I'm going to save the settings py again, as in the normal way, without any Lord Voldemorts or Darth Vaders. And yeah, let's change this back to media. It's still working perfect. So basically we are ready to finish this video. In the next one, we are going to create a signal between the user and the profile, so that the profiles of the users will get created automatically. So we will set up some communication system, you can say. And then what we are going to do is to jump to posts. We are going to create some sample posts in order to display them in a traditional way. And later on, we will be working with Django, Ajax, and Javascript. All right, guys, so I think we can finish for this video over here, and I wish you all a great day and see you soon. Take care and bye-bye. All right, guys, in the previous video, we were able to add a profile to the user that we created while setting up the Django project. This is our super user profile, right? So we had to do this manually, but in this video we are going to bring it to the next level, and whenever a user gets created, a profile to this user will get created automatically. And for this we will be using Django signals, and to be more precise, we will be using the post save signal. And if you're not familiar with Django signals, I'm going to leave a link in the description to the Django signals crash course. So after watching this video, you should be able to implement the basic signals in your own projects, and you should understand fully how they work. All right. So right now we can focus on our project and we can take a look how this will work in practice, what we need to do. Well, first of all, let's go back to Visual Studio Code. We need to go to the Profiles application, and over here I'm going to create a new file called signals.py. All right, and as mentioned before, we need some kind of a communication between the two models, between the user and the profile. So we need to bring them in, and maybe let's begin from the profile. So from .modals, we want to import the profile, and then from Django contrib auth modals, we want to import the user modal. Okay, so as the next step, we need to bring in the post save signal. So from Django db.modals signals, we want to import post save, and then from Django dispatch, we want to bring in the receiver decorator. So with the receiver decorator, we are going to pass in the post save, and we are going to indicate that the sender is going to be the user. Okay, so user will send an information, hey, I have been created, do something. Okay, and then we need to create a function, and I'm going just to call it post save create profile, something like this. And here I'm just going to pass in the sender and the instance, the created, and also let's add args and keyword args. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to print out the sender. I'm going to print out the instance, and I'm going to print the created. So we will see what is the sender, what is the instance, and what is the created. However, maybe we can move ahead, and I'm just going to explain these two right now. So basically, the sender is quite obvious. The sender is the user. And then we have the instance as the user instance over here, okay? So the user that is created is basically the instance. And then we have the created, and this is a Boolean value. So it can be true only once when an instance is created, okay? And when this is true, we want to create a profile. So we can ask if created, and then we can write profile objects create, where the user, because we have a user field in our modals, all right, where the user is equal to the instance of the user which is created. Okay, so we can go ahead and save this. However, we still need to do a couple of things. We need to jump into apps.py, and over here we need to override the ready method to register signals. So let's put in ready, which takes in self, and then we need to import profiles signals. Okay, so now I'm going to save this, and I'm going to copy this profiles config, because we are going to jump into init.py, and we are going to set the default app configuration. Default app config is equal to, and then profiles, apps, and then this profiles config. So profiles, apps, and then inside the apps we have this profiles config, which I copied and pasted over here. And now if we didn't do any mistakes, everything should be working. So what I'm going to do is to head to the users, and I'm going to add a new user. I'm going to call it test user, and I'm going to set a password and confirm a password. And now I'm going to press save, and I'm going to jump to profiles, and here is the profile of the test user. Okay, and then let's go to the terminal, and let's take a look at what do we have over here. So here we have the sender, okay? This is basically the user class. Then we have the test user, and then we have true. And we have this result one more time over here because this was a two-step setup. And what I mean by that, let's go to users and let's create another user. I'm going to call it test user 2. I'm going to set up the password. And now I'm going to press save. And I'm going to jump into the terminal. And over here we have test user 2 true. Okay? Here it's created. Here this created is true. Here the profile is being created. All right? But then if I go down and save it again, if we go back, we have it false. All right? And this is what I meant by saying that this is a two-step setup process. The true can be only, the created can be true only once. All right? And basically, this is it. We have set up the Django signals for our profile and the user. Between those two, we have a communication right now. So whenever a user gets created, a profile to this user gets created. And I think we can finish off over here, and we will see each other in the next one. Take care, and bye-bye. All right, guys, welcome back. So in this one, we are going to create some sample posts in the Django administration in order to display them in the browser. So there are several steps that we need to take in order to accomplish this. We need to create those posts in the Django administration. Then we need to create a proper view. We need to create a template and do some coding in the template. We also need to register this view, okay? And we will do it in the posts application, in the URLs.py file of the posts application, but then we are going to include the URL patterns of our post application in the main URL patterns, all right? So yeah, let's get started. I'm going to jump into the Django administration, and here let's create a first post. So I'm just going to write down post 1 and description of post 1. All right, and I'm going to create 6 such posts, and you can do the same. All right, so I'm just going to create the first one, and we need to set the author. So I'm going to provide the profile of my super user, and then I'm going to save and add another one. So right now we have the first post created, and let's create 5 more. So I'm going to pause the video right now, and we will see each other in a few seconds. All right, guys, so I created 6 posts with the same structure. So we have post and the number of the post, and then description of, and then the number of the post. And as you can see, the structure is the same for this post and for all the other ones. It doesn't really matter what did you put in the title and the body. It also doesn't matter if you set your super user as the author or yourself. But right now, I think we are ready to jump into the posts application to the views.py file, because it's finally time to display those posts in the template. So what I'm going to do over here is to create a function view, and I'm going to call it post list, and for the future I will add create. So post list and create, and this will take in a request, and then what I can do is to define a query set, and for this I'll need to bring in our post class. So from .modals we want to import post, okay? And right now we can define this query set, posts objects all, and this way we are grabbing all the posts that are in the database. So right now we can return render. We need to pass in the request, then we will have the template. So for now I'm just going to put in empty quotation marks, and then we need to pass in this query set to the template that we don't have just yet. So we need to pass it as a dictionary where we will have a key, and I'm going to set the key as QS, and then I'm going to assign to this key the query set over here. All right, so basically in the template we will be using the key. So whatever we write over here, we will be using this naming in the template. Okay, so right now we need to take care of this template. So let's go to posts. Let's create another folder called templates. And inside of the templates, we will create another folder called posts. And this is for Django to not get confused, because right now we will create a main HTML file, and we are going to indicate that the template is at posts and then main HTML, okay? So we are saying that it's at posts and main HTML, and we are going to do the same thing with the profiles. This is just the way for Django to be more precise, to not get confused, to give us what we actually want, all right? So we are indicating that we are at posts application and main HTML is the template that we want to use for this view, and to this template we want to pass in this dictionary. Okay, so as the next step, what we need to do is to actually register this view in the URL patterns. So in order to do this, I'm going to create within the posts application a URLs py file. And here what I'm going to do is to do two imports. From Django URLs, we want to import path, and then from .views, we want to import, and I'm going to open a tuple over here because later we will have more views, but for now we only have this post list and create view. Okay, so those two imports were the first step, and then we can specify that the app name is equal to posts, and we can open the URL patterns list, and here we can register our view. So it's going to be the main view. This is why I'm leaving empty quotation marks, and then I'm passing post list create, and then I'm going to set also the name, maybe like main board, something like this, or main page, doesn't really matter. All right, so we have our URL patterns defined for our posts application. Right now we actually need to bring it into the main URLs py file. So over here, this is why we imported include, because right now we are going to use it. So path, and then what we need to do is to put in empty quotation marks, because the posts application will consist of our main page. All right, I'm going to explain this just a little bit later if you feel confused. And then what we need to do is to use this include, and we want to include the URL patterns of our posts application. And in order to do this, we just need to put in posts.urls. So we are going to posts and to the URLs, and then namespace is equal to posts. Okay, so namespace should match the app name, and basically this is it. All right, so we can go to the views py file and actually save this, and then we can go to main HTML, and over here let's inherit from base HTML. So with extends, we are inheriting from base HTML, and then we need to define some blocks. So we have block scripts. This was the first block in our base HTML template, and then we have block title. This was the second block title, okay, and block content. Okay, so let's just put in the block content hello world, and in the block title posts. All right, I'm going to save this, and let's go to the main page, and here we have it, hello world. All right, if I would go to the URLs py file and change this path, which is empty, to posts like this, and if I would save this, right now this won't work. So if I refresh this, we will have page not found. I would have to add /posts, okay, in order for this to work. But we want to have it as the main page. This is why we have this set as empty, and also we have in the main URLs py file this path set as empty. So now we can go back and there it is. Okay, so as the next step in the main HTML, what we need to do is to actually get rid of this hello world, and we can write a for loop. So let's write for obj in QS. What we want to do is to simply display the posts. So we can write down obj title and then obj body. So we will have the title and body next to it, and then we can add a break line, and let's see the results. And there it is. So we have post 1, description of post 1, post 2, description of post 2, post 3, and so on. You get the picture. Okay, so what we can else do is to link up our script. Okay, so in order to do this, well, first of all, let's actually go to static, create the same way as we did for the templates, another folder inside the static called posts. All right, and we will create a file called main.js over here. Okay, so right now what we can do is to go back to our main HTML, and below the extends we can load static like this. Okay, and now we can go to the block scripts and write down script src, and here we need to provide the source, so we need to indicate that we want to use this main.js. And in order to do this, let's open those curly bracelets with the %, and let's put in static, and we need to provide the path to this particular file. So it's going to be posts and then main.js. All right, over here let's put in defer, and basically with the defer, the script won't execute until the page is loaded. All right, so this is very important. And let's close off the script like this. And we can actually save this main HTML, and we can jump to the main.js, and over here we can console log hello world. We can go ahead and save this file, and in the browser, if we refresh the page and then right click and go to inspect, then we need to jump into the console, we can see hello world. So this is working. All right, guys, and I think we can finish off over here. We will continue working on this project in the next video. Have a great day and see you soon. Take care and bye-bye. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this video, let's prepare our first DOM manipulation. So what I want to do is to display this hello world over here, somewhere after the posts, okay? In order to do this, what I'm going to do is to jump into main HTML. I'm going to indent this so it looks just a little bit nicer. And then over here, I'm going to create a div with an ID set to hello world, okay? And in this div, we are going to display the hello world that we see over here, okay? And in order to do this, let's simply save this and jump into main.js. And right now, we are going to grab the element by ID. So I'm going to create a constant, and I'm going to call it hello world box. And this is going to be equal document get element by ID. And now inside we need to refer to this ID that we provided. So I'm just going to copy it and put it over here, okay? And what we can do now is to write down hello world box, and text content is equal to hello world. All right, let's save this. Let's refresh, and there it is. We have it over here. Very easy. What we else could do is to use inner HTML, and if we do it like this, we can actually put in some HTML tags inside. So I can do, for example, hello world in a normal way, I can display hello world in hello in the normal way, but the world itself can be bolded, okay, just like this. So let's see what is going to be the output right now. Let's hit refresh, and as you can see, the world word is bolded while the hello is not. Okay, and yeah, basically we did our first DOM manipulation, and in the next one we are going to do our first Ajax call. So yeah, see you guys over there. Take care and bye bye. Alright guys, let's do our first Ajax call. In order to do this, we need to go to the views and prepare a separate view that will return a JSON response. So let's call this hello world view, okay? And this will take in a request. And what I'm going to return over here is a JSON response which needs to be imported. So from Django HTTP, we want to import JSON response like this. And right now we can write JSON response and we can return text as hello world, okay? Hello world. All right, so what we need to do is to register this view in the URLs.py file. So let's go to URL patterns. Let's define a new path, and I'm just going to write hello world. And let's bring in this hello world view. Hello world view. And the name is going to be hello world. All right. So right now what we can do is to go back to the main.js, and with the use of jQuery Ajax method, we are going to define the type. So the type is get. We want to get the data, okay? Then we need to define the URL. So what I'm going to do over here is to go back to the URLs.py file, and yeah, we have it as hello world. So let's copy this and put it in the main.js like this. Okay, so this is going to be the URL. From here, we are going to get our JSON response, all right? And as the next step, let's define the success. So what will happen on success? We will have a function with a response. And let's console log this response. And if everything goes okay, we will see as a response the one that we put over here in the JSON response. Okay, if everything goes well, we should see this response in the console thanks to this success block. And then on error, we will have another function which will take in an error, and we can console log the error. Let's do it like this: error, and then error, and then over here we will have success and response. All right, so let's see if this is actually working. I'm going to hit refresh, and there it is. We have success, text, hello world. Great. And if I would change this URL to something else, let's say hello world with 2Ds, we will have an error, okay? So let's change this back. And now let's access this hello world. Okay, so we need to go back, and we can console log response.text. Let's hit refresh, and there it is, success, hello world. So if we would get rid of this, or we can simply, yeah, let's delete it, this hello world will disappear, okay? So now what we can do is to actually, in the success block, put it in. So let's put hello world box, and let's say text content is equal to response text. Okay, and this is going to be our first Ajax call with DOM manipulation. We will get the data from the view, which is registered under this URL, and we will change this hello world box, which is defined in the main HTML with this ID hello world. So yeah, let's see if this will work. I'm going to save this main.js. I'm going to hit refresh, and there it is. Everything is working. So if we would put in hello world, for example, ×2, let's hit refresh, and there it is. Hello world ×2. Congratulations, we did our first Ajax call with the DOM manipulation, and yeah, we will continue working on this project in the next video. Take care and bye-bye. Alright guys, so in the previous video we were able to perform our first Ajax call. We got this hello world ×2, and in this one let's get the post. So actually what we can do first is to go to main HTML and get rid of this for loop. And instead what I'm going to do is to place another div with an ID posts box, and this is the place where we are going to keep our posts. Okay, so I'm going to close this div. As you can see, this div is empty. So let's save this, let's refresh, and there are no posts. We will later get rid of this hello world too, but for now let's just leave it. Okay, so we need to go to the views and we need to return a JSON response in a view just like over here. So let's create this view. I'm going to call it load post data view, something like this, and this will take in a request, and this will return a JSON response. What I will need is the query set, so I can simply copy it from here and put it in this load post data view. However, if we put in the query set like this, so query set as the key is the query set from over here, so to this key QS we are assigning this QS directly, we will get an error. Okay, we can actually check it out how this will look like. Okay, so I'm going to go to the URLs, and over here let's bring in this load post data view, and let's create a path, and this is going to be data, something like this. Let's put in load post data view, and let's set the name as data post or post data. Okay, so now we can go to data, and let's see what we will have over here. We have a type error, object of type query set is not JSON serializable. Okay, so we actually need to translate a Django query set to a different format in order for having this to work. And we can use Django serializers in order to accomplish this. This is not a perfect solution, but first let's take a look at it, and then we will do a little bit better solution. So first of all, I'm going to head to the imports, and from here I'm going to go to Django core, and from Django core I'm going to import serializers. Then what I'm going to do is to define a new variable data, and this is going to be serializer serialize, and we want to use the JSON, and we need to pass in now this query set. All right, and finally we need to return as a JSON response. Now I'm going to change both the key and of course the value over here, and I'm going to save it. Let's hit refresh, and here we have our data. It's not the best looking approach, but the problem is a little bit different. If we take a look at the author, we always see the primary key. Okay, everywhere we take a look at the author, we see a primary key. So this might be a problem in the future for us, but for now let's focus to actually get this data. So we need to go to main.js, and let's perform another Ajax call. we are going to get rid of this hello world very soon, but for now let's just keep it, because I think you are familiar with those easy steps. So I want you to see the previous example in order to understand what is happening. Okay, so again we will have type get, then the URL is going to be the data. From here we want to get the data, and then what we need to do is to define the success block. What will happen on success? We will have a function with the response, and here let's just console log the response, just like we did in the example above. And on error, let's do the same thing, error, and then function and error, and let's console log the error. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this, and let's go to our main page, and here are our data. However, as you can see, this is a string, so this is unfortunately not good enough for us. We need to translate it into objects. So let's go to Visual Studio Code and let's create a const data and set it to response data. But before, we are going to wrap it with JSON parse, and then we are going to pass in this response data over here. And as the next step, let's console log the data. Okay, let's hit refresh, and here are our objects. Okay, so now this is working correctly and we can actually do something with it. However, I just want you to know the structure over here, that we have the fields, the modal, and the primary key. However, we won't be using this method because of the author. All right, we have a primary key over here, and there's a different solution that we can use, and I'm just going to get rid of this, and then I'm going to save it, and I'm going to jump back into views, and we can get rid of the serializers data. We can forget about importing this Django core serializers, because we can actually create an empty list called data. Okay, and then we can loop through this query set that we have over here. So for obj in the QS, all right, what we can do over here is to create an item, and this item is going to be a dictionary. And what we are going to do in this item is to define basically what are our fields. So for example, we can set the ID, and this is going to be the obj ID like this. Let me fix this very quickly. Okay, and then we will have the title, so this is going to be obj.title, and then we will have the body, and this is going to be obj.body. Okay, and finally, with the author, we will have simply obj and then author, then user and user name. Okay, so this part will give us the username, and then we will leave the liked empty for now. But as the next step, what we need to do is to simply write down data append, and we want to append this item to the data. All right, this item represents basically an object. It's a row in our database. We are looping through the query set, we are getting row by row, and we are extracting the information about the fields that are interesting for us. All right, so here let's write data append, and we need to append the item. And right now what we can do is to simply save this and take a look at the results. And here is our data. We have our array of objects, and as you can see, the author is right now displayed in a correct way. So as the next step, what we can do is to basically manipulate the posts box and display the posts in the way that we did before. Okay, so in order to do this, we need to go back to the main.js, and here I'm going to write down a variable data, and this is going to be equal response data. Okay, let's console log again the data, console log, sorry guys, so data, and let's take a look at the output. This is for the favorite icon, don't worry about this, we will add the favorite icon later. And here are our objects. Okay, so right now we can actually perform a for each method on this data for each. So it should be data for each like this, and I'm going to change element to L, it's a little bit shorter. Okay, and right now we need to grab our posts box, so I'm going to copy this, put it below, change the hello world box to posts box like this, and here we need to put in the ID posts box. Okay, because in the main HTML we named this div posts box, and inside of this div we want to display the posts. So let's save this, and with the use of the for each method we are going to loop through the data and we are going to add it to this posts box. Okay, so we need to write down posts box inner HTML, and right now it's very important to use backticks. So plus equals, because we want to add it, not override it, but add it to this div, to this post box. And right now we need to use backticks. Those aren't quotation marks, those are backticks. Okay, because with the backticks we will be able to write multi-lines and inject data. So we will grab an element title and inject it over here. So let's do this actually. In order to inject the data, you need to put in $sign and curly bracelets, and one more time you have to use backticks, and then let's grab the element title. All right, and then we can do the same thing, maybe in bolded tags. So inside the b tags we will have element body, and then I'm going to add a break line, and I'm going to save this, and I'm going to hit refresh, and there it is. Okay, there it is, everything is working perfect. So we actually were able to display the post data with the Ajax call. So one more time, it's very important to understand that we can't pass in as a JSON response the query set directly. So what we did is we created an empty dictionary, and then we looped through, we created an item which later was appended to this data list, and this item consists of each information that we want to take. It's a representation of our row. Okay, this is basically our object that we are adding to the data and then returning in a JSON response. And then in the main.js we got this data, we stored it in the variable data. So to this data variable we assigned response.data, because in the views py we have the key data. Okay, so we want to access this data key, and this is why we wrote response data. Okay, and this is an array, so we can perform a for each method. So we grabbed a single element in those data, this data array, and with the use of inner HTML we added this to the post box. Okay, so the post box we defined earlier in the main HTML over here. We grabbed this element by ID and we basically added with each iteration one row. Okay, element title, element body, and then we had a break line, and then we grabbed the second element and we had element title, element body, break line, and so on. Okay, I hope this is understandable. Let's refresh. So basically an element represents an object in our array. Okay, so we have element first, second, third, and so on. Okay, and over here, while looping, we named each single element as L. Okay, and yeah, hopefully this is understandable. If it's not, please ask me a question what is confusing, and I'll try to help you out. And yeah, we will see each other in the next video. Have a great day and see you soon. Take care and bye-bye. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this one what we are going to do is to add a spinner. So before we get the data that are going to be ready for rendering, we are going to show a spinner, and then once we have this data, we are going to make the spinner disappear. And what we need to do is to jump into getbootstrap.com. I'm going to press get started, and then in the search input I'm going to type spinner, and I'm going to select the first position, spinners. I'm going to scroll a little bit down and I'm going to grab the first position, border spinner. So what I need to do is to copy to clipboard, and then I could do it directly in the base HTML, but I'm going to put it in the main HTML of our post application, and I'm going to explain why I'm doing this just a little bit later. So what we need to do over here is to create a spinner box. So I'm going to create a new div with an ID spinner box. And I'm going to close off this div, and then I'm going to put in the code from getbootstrap.com, and I'm going to get rid of this span, and I'm going to put this in one line. All right, so now I'm going to save it, and yeah, let's take a look at the result. All right, so here is our spinner. Okay, so at first it should be visible, but then once we have this data from the server, the spinner should simply disappear. So in order to do this, I'm just going to jump into main.js. Over here, what we need to do is to define the spinner. We need to get the spinner by ID. So let's create a const spinner box is equal to document and then get element by ID spinner box. And right now we can go to the Ajax, and maybe over here we can place a spinner box and then class list and then add, and we are going to add the not visible class which we defined in our style CSS. All right, so I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to put it into the main.js over here. So to the spinner box we will add the not visible class. I'm going to save this and let's hit refresh, and I'm going to press Command Shift R, and there it is. Okay, so I needed to clear the cache, but then if I press enter, we see a spinner for just a few milliseconds, and then it's gone. Okay, this happens really fast, but we can add a set timeout. Okay, so let's say that we will have a set timeout, and let's say that we would like to execute some code after 1 second. Okay, so 1000 milliseconds. And now what I'm going to do is to basically copy or cut everything from here, and I'm going to place it in the set timeout. Now I'm going to save this, I'm going to hit refresh, and we see the spinner for 1 second right now. Okay, so after 1 second we are adding the not visible class, and then we are performing the for each method on the data. Okay, so maybe let's change this to 100 milliseconds, and let's see what will be the result. And I think this is all right. So yeah, we will finish off for this part, and we will continue working on this project, of course, in the next one. Have a great day and see you soon. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this one, what we are going to do is to add a card to our posts. So again, we need to jump into getbootstrap.com, and in the search box, let's type card. So we will select cards, and let's scroll a little bit down, and we need to choose a particular card. So what I'm actually going to do is to choose the first one, I think, and we will adjust it in just a second. So first of all, let's copy it, and we need to jump into main.js, and we need to go to this for each, where we are looping through our data and adding to the post box. So this code right now will be replaced with the one that we copied. So let's paste it simply, and let's right now adjust it a little bit. All right, so first of all, I'm not going to have an image yet, at least not for now. Okay, so I'm going to delete it. Then we will have the card body. Okay, and yeah, we will delete the card text and the card title, and we will have a primary button with the details. Okay, so we can right now add the title and the description. So let's open $ and curly bracelets, and let's put in L title, and then L description, or was it body? Yeah, I named it body. Sorry guys. So I need to put in L body like this. I'm going to save this and go back to our page, hit refresh, and here we have it. All right. So let's also add a margin bottom. So to this class card, I'm going to add MB2, margin bottom 2, and I'm going to hit refresh, and there it is. All right, also I'm going to get rid of this style width. All right, so let's see how this looks right now. Okay, let's go back and let's go to main HTML to add to the post box a class equal to text center. All right, let's save this, and we have this center. So maybe this isn't a good idea to add the class center. Maybe we will add this class only for the spinner box. Okay, so let's take a look how this will work right now. I'm going to refresh. Yeah, let's just leave it like this. All right, so let's jump back to main.js, and over here what we will do is to add to this button another div with a class of card footer. All right, so I'm going to add a div with a class equal to card footer, and I'm going to close this div, and then inside of this div I'm going to place this button. All right, and let's take a look at the result. I'm going to hit refresh, and now we don't see the button for some reason, and I didn't close the card footer correctly. I missed a quotation mark, so let's try this one more time. Refresh, and this is the result. So it's not exactly what I expected, and this is because I've placed this in the card body, so I'm going to take it outside. All right, so I'm going to put it in the card but outside of the card body. And let's take a look at the result right now. Let's refresh, and this looks much better. Okay, so before we finish this part, let's actually add another button for liking posts. Okay, liking and unliking them. So what I'm going to do is to simply add another div to this card footer, and this div will have a class of row, and in a row we are going to place 2 columns for the details and for liking and unliking. This is the easiest, I think, way how we can put those buttons in a row. And yeah, obviously I'm not going to concentrate on making this application look very beautiful because this isn't the purpose of this course. So let me just create a div with a class equal to call, and let's put in this button over here, and then I'm going to create another one, and inside I'm going to place another button, this time for liking. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to place it inside. Alright, so let's change this to like for now. Let's save it. Let's hit refresh. And yeah, here we have details and like. So in order to have those buttons closer, what I'm going to do is to add call to and add call to. So Bootstrap has a 12 grid system. So right now we are using 4 grids. So those buttons should be closer to each other right now. Let's refresh, and there it is. So let's try actually to make it a 1. Okay, and this works as well. And I think we can leave it as it is, and we will do some more work in the next video. So thank you for this one. Have a great day and see you soon. Alright guys, so before we actually start working on this like button, let's create another button. And this button will be called the load more button. So once we press on it, we will see some additional posts. And initially, we will display three posts. And then once we press on the load more button, we will load another 3 posts. And then if we have more posts than 6, if we press on the load more button, another 3 will get displayed, and in total we will have 9 buttons. All right, so in order to get started, let's jump to our posts application, and currently I'm in the views.py file. However, what I'm going to do first is to go to the urls.py, because over here I think the easiest way to understand this is by first modifying this path. So what we need to provide over here is the number of posts, and this is going to be an integer. All right, so this number of posts will basically tell us how many posts we should display. And if we do it like this, right now we have the num posts as a keyword argument. So we can save it, and we can go to the views, and we can set, for example, number of posts equal to quarks, and then if we pass in quarks, of course, so we can put in quarks, get, and then the number of posts. All right, or we can simply put in number of posts like this. Okay, so here we will have the number of posts that we should display. And in order for this to make sense, let's save the views.py and let's jump to main.js. Okay, so what we will need to do over here is to run this Ajax call on a button click, and later we will adjust it. But for now, the most important thing is to create a let visible and set it initially to 3. All right, and as the next step, I'm going to change the single quotation marks to backticks, and I'm going to inject the visible over here. And then once we press on a button click, so we need to create actually this load more button, and once we press on it, this visible will grow. Okay, it will, from 3 it will become 6, and if we press it again it will become 9, and so on and so on. So over here we will know how many posts we should display. Okay, and everything, this entire part of the script should run on a button click, and we will do this just a little bit later. For now, I think we can go back to our views.py file, and let's continue adjusting this load post data view. All right, so what I can do is to set visible is equal to 3, and then let's set the upper boundary to the number of posts. Okay, the number of posts from here, and the lower is going to be equal upper minus visible. And we are going to explain this in just a second if you have no clue what's going on. All right, so don't worry. But as the next step, let's define the size. Okay, so we also need to know how many posts there actually are. So here I'm just going to put in posts objects all, and we are going to count the posts. Okay, and as the next step, we can proceed and go to the for loop, and here we need to add an information to our item. So we need to add if a user that is logged in, if we as a user liked a particular post or not. Okay, so I'm going to put in liked over here, and I'm going to do an if else in one line. So it's going to be true if the request user is in obj liked all right, and else it will be simply false, just like this. Okay, and yeah, then as the next step, what we need to return in the JSON response is the data, but we will apply the lower and upper. Okay, so we will use slicing for this, lower and upper. All right, and we will also want to have the size. So let's set another key size, and let's assign to size the size, just like over here. All right, so hopefully we have everything. Basically, what we did over here is we got the number of posts that we should display, and we got it from the path. All right, so this is a keyword argument, and we want to initially display 3 posts, so we set visible to 3, and then the upper is going to be the number of posts that we will get from over here, and the lower boundary is going to be upper minus the visible. So if upper is 9, let's say upper is 9, then the lower is going to be 6. Okay, this is basically how it's going to work. So basically we are going to get the data from the lower and the upper, and then add them to the posts box. Okay, so let me delete this, and right now I think we are done with the load post data view. I'm going to save it. And what else do we have not saved? Main.js. Okay, that's fine, because this is actually the next place where we need to go and do some changes. So first of all, I'm going to wrap this Ajax call in a function that I'm going to call getData. And as you can see, this is an arrow function. And this function will run on a button click. Okay, so I'm going to take everything and put it in this function, in this getData function. All right, so as mentioned before, this will run on a button click. So we actually need to now go to the main HTML and create this button that will trigger this getData function. All right, so I'm going to save it, and I'm going to jump into main HTML. And yeah, what we can do right now is to go to the hello world div. Let's delete it. We don't need it anymore. And beneath the posts box, let's create another div. And this div will have a class equal to text center. and I'm going to add a margin bottom 3, and I'm going to give it an ID and box, something like this, because here we are going to display the load more. This is going to be initially a load more button, but if there aren't any posts to load, we are going to display a notification there are no more posts to load, or if there aren't any posts, we are going to place over here there aren't any posts to load. So let's close this div over here, and now inside let's place the load more button. So let's put in button class is equal to, and let's make this button a blue button. So btn primary. We will play with the colors maybe a little bit later, and let's set the ID to load btn. Okay, and we need to close up the button and add a label. Let's just put in load more. And let's save this and let's see how this looks like. Okay, maybe we can't display the page just yet. So here we have a syntax error with the author. Let me take a look. We need to jump into the views py. So let's go to the views py. Posts views py. Okay, and I forgot about a comma. Sorry about this, guys. Let's refresh, and we have load more. However, if we go to the console, we will have an error and cannot set property text content of null at object main.js12. So if we go to the 12th line of main.js, we have a problem over here, and this is related to the hello world. So let's actually get rid of this hello world. And over here, let's define this load more button. So we need to get this load more button by ID. I'm going to create const load btn, and this is going to be equal document and then get element by ID load btn. Was this the ID that we've set? Yeah, load btn. Okay, so we have this load btn. All right, as the next step, let's add an event listener to the load btn. So in order to do this, we need to go maybe somewhere over here, load btn, add event listener. We want to listen on the click event. And then once this button is pressed, what we want to do is to simply increase the visible by 3. So let's add to visible 3. Okay. And then we want to run the get data, but then also let's do something with the spinner box. So let's remove the not visible class, spinner box, and then we need to refer to the class list and remove the not visible class. So the spinner will become visible again, and it will be removed in the get data. Okay, so let's see if this will actually work. I'm going to save this and I'm going to hit refresh, and we see loading. However, nothing happens. I'm going to press Command Shift R, and we still see the load more. We don't see the posts. So in the terminal, everything seems to be fine. And the reason for this is that we actually need to initially run the get data. Okay, so we run it over here, and then we run it every time a load btn is clicked. So I'm going to save this and let's see the results right now. And there it is. Okay, so over here we have a problem because the details and like are too close. But basically, this seems to be working. However, let's find out if it will work with the load more. Okay, and here we have some problems. The spinner is over here at the top. It should be somewhere over here, and we have visible is not defined, and I made a spelling mistake. So it should be visible. Let's save this. Let's go to main HTML, and this spinner box right now, let's cut it and place it below the post box. All right. Let's save and let's refresh the page, load more, and there it is. This is exactly what we wanted to accomplish. Okay, so we see 3 posts, then we press load more, we see a spinner for a second, and we see other posts. Okay, so now let's grab this end box. We need to go to the main.js. Let's go to the top. Let's create another const and box, and this is going to be document get element by ID and box, just like this. All right, and as the next step, what we need to do is to go to the end of the success block, and what we need to do is to refer to the response size. So what I'm going to place over here first is a console log where we will see the response size. Okay, so this is the first step. Let's take a look at it first, and then we will do provide some additional logic. Okay, so here we have 6, and this is the amount of posts that we actually have. All right, so if we click on the button, nothing changes. We have 6 because we have 6 posts actually created. But let's imagine we have no posts created. What we would like to display in this case, instead of the load more button, is maybe no posts have been added yet. All right, and then if we compare the response size and the visible, if there are any posts to load, we will see the load more button, but in other case we should see that there are no more posts to load, okay, instead of the load more button. So yeah, let's do this. What I'm going to do first is to do an if check. If we have the response size equal to 0, all right, so then we are going to refer to the end box and then text content, and I'm just going to place no posts added yet. Okay, so this is the first case scenario, and then let's do an else if, and here what we are going to write, if response size is smaller equal visible, and in this case what we want to do is to hide the load button. So let's put in load button and class list, and then add, we want to add this not visible class, and we want to refer to the end box, text content, and here we can place no more posts to load. And let's save this and let's see if this will work. Refresh, load more, and we have no more posts to load. All right, so this is working, and we will see each other in the next video. Have a great day guys, and see you soon. All right, guys, so in this one we are going to display the actual value of the button, because right now it's fixed to like, and we want to display like if a particular user that is logged in hasn't liked a particular post that is listed over here. So if this post hasn't been liked, we should see like, but if this post has been liked, we should see unlike. Okay, and next to this like or unlike button, we should see a counter, and this is exactly what we are going to do. So first of all, let's jump into the modals.py file, to our post class, and below we are going to define a method with the property decorator. So this way the method that we are going to define is going to be treated as a field, and I'm going to name this like count, and this will take in a self. And here what we need to return is self liked all, and we want to count how many users liked our particular post coming from this class. All right, so here will be the amount of likes returned. So let's save this and let's go to the views PY, because over here we need to add this information to the item. So we have liked, and then below let's add maybe a count position, a count key, and here we are going to place obj like count. All right, just like this. So now we can actually save this, and we can now go to our main.js file. All right, so here is the fixed value, and it's like. So what we can do right now over here, we just need to remember that we are in a for loop. All right, so let's get rid of this like, and let's check if we have the element liked. And if this is the case, we want to display unlike. All right, and in other case we would like to display like. All right, so we will have, if element is liked, we will see unlike, and then we will see if it hasn't been liked, we will see like. And we can actually change this to backticks in order to add a counter. So in both cases, let's switch to backticks, and let's open the bracelets over here, and let's inject inside the element count. Now I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to place it over here as well. So now I'm going to save it, and let's refresh, and we have everywhere like and 0. All right, so maybe I'm going to add 2 and 2 over here to see this a little bit better, and there it is. All right, so as the next step, I'm going to log into Django administration in order to change the like of posts from over there. All right, guys, so I logged into Django administration. Let's go to posts. Let's go to the first one, and here I'm going to add myself to the liked. So right now, instead of 0, we should see 1. And since I am on this liked list, this first post should have the label of unlike instead of like. All right, so let's save this, and let's see if this will work. I'm going to hit refresh, and there it is. Okay, we have unlike, and one person is liking it, and I am liking this particular post. I am that person that is liking this post. So if I press on it again, I should unlike this post. Okay, so in order to do this, we need to do it from the admin right now. So I need to get myself out of this liked list, and now if I press save, and if we go to refresh the page, right now we have like and 0 again. All right, and this is the same thing for the case with post 2. But here, let's add maybe test user and test user 2. So let's save. And right now we should see like and 2 people liking over here, okay? But we didn't like this post, so we still should see the like button. Let's hit refresh, and there it is, okay? So yeah, I think we can finish off over here, and yeah, probably in the next one we are going to take care of this like unlike functionality. So see you over there. Alright guys, welcome back. So in the previous video we were able to like and unlike posts through the Django administration, and in this one let's make the buttons actually handle this functionality for us. So in order to get started, well, we need to create a form, okay? We need to create a form around those buttons. So let's do this. We need to jump into Visual Studio Code and not to main HTML, but into the main.js, because over here we have our Ajax method where we are getting the data, and we actually need to go to a place where we have this button displayed. Okay, so this is actually a tag with a class of a button. So I'm just going to change this to button very quickly. So this is the first thing that I'm going to do. Then I'm going to create a form, and I'm already going to set a class, because we will need to get those forms somehow, and we are going to get it by the class name. Okay, so let's say that I want to provide a class like unlike forms, something like this. And then I'm going to set a custom attribute, and this custom attribute you can set by writing data and whatever the name you decide to choose. So I'm going to put in data, and then the name will be form ID, because over here I want to put in the element ID. All right, so if we jump very quickly to the views, let me just close this. If we go to the views, over here we have the ID. Okay, so we can actually use this ID over here. We are in a loop, we access title, we access body, we can also access the ID. Okay, and this ID will be extremely important because we need to know what post we are liking. All right, so setting this attribute, this custom attribute over here is very important. All right, so let's close up the form. And then one thing missing, because this is going to be Ajax type post. Well, the missing part is the CSRF token. So let's see what will happen if I place the CSRF token like this. Let's save this, let's hit refresh. And yeah, we have a problem because the CSRF token doesn't seem to work. And with the help comes the Django documentation. So you need to find cross-site request forgery, so CSRF protection section. And we need to go to Ajax, so you can read a little bit more in the Django documentation. For me, what is important is this piece of code, because this piece of code will actually set our CSRF token. So I'm just going to copy it, and I'm going to bring it above the get data, right? Above the visible. So I'm going to place it over here, and I'm going to change this to an arrow function. So const get cookie. Okay. And this should do the trick. So right now what we can do is to create another function, and I'm going to call it like unlike posts. And over here what we are going to do first is to grab our forms. So let's set a const like unlike forms, and this is going to be document get elements by class name. Okay, and then we need to provide the class that we set over here. So it's like unlike forms. All right, so let's put it inside, and let's transform this to an array with the use of spread operator. Okay, so right now we will have an array of forms. So if we console log the like unlike forms, and for example, if we would like to execute this like unlike posts, for example, in the get data somewhere, let's say over here, let's see what will happen. So I'm going to right click inspect, I'm going to head to the console, I'm going to hit refresh, and here are our forms. All right. So if I press load more, we will have not 3 but 6 like forms. Okay. So this is exactly what we wanted to achieve, because as the next step we are going to perform a for each method on those like unlike forms. So I'm going to get rid of this, and I'm going to return to our function like unlike posts, and then as mentioned before, I'm going to grab the like unlike forms, and I'm going to perform the for each method. So for each, we are grabbing a single form, and we are going to listen on the submit event. All right, submit, and we will have an event, and here we will write event prevent default, because we want to prevent the form from submitting. We want to write our own logic. We want to send the data with Ajax. And as the next step, let's grab the ID of the form. So in order to do this, I'm going to set another variable, const clicked, let's say clicked ID, and this is going to be eTarget, and then we need to get attribute. All right, so get attribute, and the attribute name was data form ID. So over here, what we are doing is getting the form ID of the form that has been clicked. And as mentioned before, we set this custom attribute over here. All right. So here we are getting this attribute of a form that has been clicked, and we are storing it in the clicked ID variable. Okay. So as the next step, we can actually need to know the button. We have to know what button has been clicked, because we will need to update its content. All right. So in order to do this, we actually need to set an ID for the button. And let's do it very quickly. So after the class, let's set an ID for the button. And this is going to be like unlike. And then let's say that we want to put inside the element ID. So the constant will be like unlike, but then we will grab the unique button by its ID. Okay. So for example, post 1 will have the ID like unlike 1, post 2 like unlike 2, post 3 like unlike 3. You see where this is going, right? Okay, so as mentioned before, right now we need to get the button, because later in the success block of our Ajax call, we will adjust the content of the button. So if we press a button, the label of the button will be unlike, and for example, the counter will change from 0 to 1. Okay, so this is very important. Let's create this clicked btn variable, and this is going to be document, and then get element by ID. Get element by ID. There it is. And here we need to put in backticks. Okay, so we want to put like unlike, and then we need to refer to this clicked ID. Like unlike, and then let's inject this clicked ID just like this. Okay, so as the next step, I think we are ready to run Ajax. However, we need to set up a view that will handle this logic. But for now, we can fill out the type. So the type will be post. Then we will have the URL. And here I'm just going to set it as blank just for now. We need to create a view in our views.py file, register it in the URLs.py, and then come back to this and fill it up. Okay. So for now, I'm just going to leave it as blank, and then we will have data, and here what we are going to send is the CSRF middleware token as well as the primary key. So let's write CSRF middleware token, and we can set it to the CSRF token that we have over here, CSRF token, okay? And then we will also send the primary key. So the primary key will be in this case the clicked ID. Clicked ID. All right. Then we will have the success. Here I'm just going to put in a function that takes in a response, and we are going to console log the response. Okay. And then we will have an error. So what will happen on error? We will have a function that takes in an error, and let's console log this error. Okay, so let's actually save this. We will return to this function in just a second. We need to fill out the URL, and we also need to fill out the success block where we will adjust the text content of this clicked button. So for now, I'm going to save this, and we can proceed and move to the views PY. Over here, let's go maybe below the load post data view, okay? And let's create this function that I'm going to name like on like post view. Like on like post view or post. Okay, I'm going to pass in the request, and here I'm just going to check if we are dealing with an Ajax request. So if request is Ajax, what we want to get is the primary key. So we can write request post get pk. Okay, so over here what we are doing is getting the primary key that we are sending over here. We are accessing this primary key. We are getting it by this pk key. All right, so here we have the primary key. So since we have the primary key, we can actually get the post object. All right, so I'm going to set obj variable, and this is going to be post objects get, and we want to get it by primary key. So primary key is equal to primary key, just like this. All right, so as the next step, let's check if the request user, so the user that is logged in, is in obj liked all. So if the user is on that liked list of a particular post, and if the user is on that list, that means that we need to remove this user, because before clicking, this user was on this list. So before the user had already liked this post, so if the user clicked on the post again, that means that the user unliked this post. So we need to set liked is equal to false over here, and then we need to remove this user from that list. So obj liked remove, and we need to pass in the request.user, okay? And in other case, the user is not on this obj liked all. So he's not, or he or she is not on that liked list. And that means we need to set the liked is equal to true, because this user has to be added to this liked list of a particular post, okay? So here the status is that the user, he or she liked the post, and this is true, and we just need to add this user to the liked list. Obj liked add, and we need to pass in the request user. All right, and then what I'm going to do is to return a JSON response, and I'm going to set the first key as liked, and I'm going to assign the liked variable, okay, to this liked key. And then I'm also going to set the count. So the count is going to be equal obj, and then we need to refer to the like count. Okay, so this is what we are going to get in return with the JSON response. So in order to finalize this, we need to register this like on like post in the URL patterns, but before we need to save it, and then we need to jump back into main.js. So let's go to URLs first. Let's bring in the like on like post, and right now we can set a new path. So I'm going to do it over here, path, and then I'm going to just put in like on like, something like this, like on like post, and the name I'm going to set as like on like. Okay, so we have the path like on like. Let's add a slash over here. We passed in the view that we created and we've set the name. So let's copy this path. Let's save the URLs py, and let's jump back into the main.js. Okay, so I'm going to paste the URL, and right now we can actually see if we get anything from this response or we will have an error. So let's take a look. I'm going to hit refresh, and we don't see the button right now, so let's take a look what went wrong and where. We have a form class like on like forms. We've set the data, then we have, okay, let's get rid of the CSRF token first, and then we have the button ID, and okay, so here we need to close the ID. I think this was the main problem, and then over here everything should be working. So now if I save this, this problem should disappear, and there it is. Okay, so we have our buttons again, and now if I press on it, it still doesn't work the way it should, and I think I know what's going on, because we simply forgot to call this function. So even if I delete or comment this function, okay, and I save this function, this file, main.js, we will have the exact same output than before, okay? Because we're actually not calling this function anywhere. So in order to do this, we need to, of course, bring this function back in, and I'm going to copy this like on like posts, and we want to use it in the get data in the success block. So this is the place where we actually want to call it. And right now, if we try it out, I'm going to hit refresh, like, and okay, we have eTarget get attribute is not a function, so we still don't have this working properly. However, we are one step closer to making this actually work. So let's take a look at the problem. Form class like on like forms, then we set this data form ID custom attribute for the form. All right, so over here we have eTarget get attribute, and yeah, this is the problem. So I made a spelling mistake. It should be attribute, I think. I hope this is the problem. So let's refresh, and there it is. All right, it's working. Perfect. As you can see, it's working. Now, the post one changed from a liked false to true. Okay, so here we should set this label to unlike, and the count is no longer 0, it's 1. And over here, two other users, so test user and test user 2, liked this post, but we didn't. And now, after clicking this button, we have a confirmation that we also liked this button, and the count is right now 3. So what we need to do is simply adjust the labels right now. So we need to pick up the data from here and change the text content of our buttons. So we are extremely close. There's just basically one final thing to do. Let's jump back to Visual Studio Code. Let's go to the success block, and we need to refer to the clicked btn and clicked btn text content. So what we are going to do is to check if we have a response liked. If this is true, what we are going to do is to set it to unlike, and we are going to put in the response count. Okay, so we need to do it exactly as we did when getting the data. Okay, so basically we can actually copy this and put it over here. So right now we just need to change L to response. So response liked. If response liked is true, we are going to set the text content of the button to unlike, and here we need to put in response count. And if response liked isn't true, we will have like, and here we will put in response count, just like this. All right, so let's save this. Let's hit refresh. And there it is. Okay, so this is not looking nice, but then if I, okay, so it's looking a little bit better if I stretch it a little bit. The most important thing is now to check if this is actually working. So I'm going to press unlike, and we have like, and as you can see, this is working. This is exactly what we wanted to accomplish. So I think we can finish off over here, and we will see each other in the next video. Have a great day and see you soon. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this one, what we are going to do is to add a button that will trigger a modal. So once we press on this button, a modal will appear, and in the next video we are going to add a form to this modal so that we can actually save or create posts from that place. All right, so in order to get started, we need to open up getbootstrap.com. Let's press get started, and in the search input, let's put in modal, and then let's scroll a little bit down. Let's go to the live demo, and basically this is what we want to accomplish. Okay, so I'm going to get the code from over here, starting from the modal. Okay, so this modal needs to be placed in the main HTML, and right now I'm going to get rid of this comment, and we are going to place the modal at the top. Okay, so I'm going to indent it, and I'm going to just fix this indentation problem. Now we have a modal content. Okay, I'm going to bring this in, and this has to be inside as well. Okay, so right now everything should be okay. So right now we have a modal, but we actually need to trigger it. And the first thing that I'm actually going to change over here is the add post. Okay, so I'm changing the ID to add post modal. And also let's fix the modal title. Let's provide a title of create post, and yeah, let's leave the 3 dots for now, because later we will replace those 3 dots with a form. And then maybe let's a little bit adjust those buttons that we see in the footer. So let's say that we would like to have here a red button, so this needs to be a BTN danger, and then this add button should be green. So instead of primary, let's put in success, and let's put here add, just like this, or maybe let's add a plus sign before, and then let's just put in close with small letters. All right, so I'm going to save this and go back to getbootstrap.com. We still need to put in this button. Okay, so I'm just going to copy it and I'm going to place it above the post box. All right, so let's right now adjust this button so it will be a button, a bluish button. So I'm placing info class, and here we have a data BS toggle modal, and in the data BS target we need to provide the ID of the modal. So in our case this is add post modal. All right, so this is what we need to change in order for this to be actually working. And then I'm going to change the title. I'm just going to put in maybe add or add post. Okay, so let's take a look at how this actually looks. Here we have the add post button, so we need to add some margin to the bottom, but for now let's take a look if this is actually working. Once we click on it, we should see a modal, and there it is. Okay, everything is working. That's good. Let's add a margin bottom to the button over here. So let's go to the class btn info margin bottom 2. Let's see if this will do the trick. And in fact it did. Okay, so now everything is working the way we want it to work. All right guys, so in the next video we are going to actually create a form and place it in this modal. All right, and then we will need to write the logic to save the posts, of course without the page reload. So we would like to press an add button and then see in the background that the new post has been created at the top, so somewhere over here. Okay, this is what we are going to do. So have a great day and see you in the next one. Alright guys, so in this one, let's create a form and place it over here in the modal body, okay? So in order to do this, we need to jump back into Visual Studio Code, and what I'm going to do is to go to the post application, and over here I'm going to create a forms.py file, okay? And we need to begin by bringing in forms. So from Django, we want to import forms, and in the second line we are going to bring in our post modal. So from .modals we want to import post, and right now we can define a class. I'm going to call it post form, which inherits from forms.modal form. All right, now with the class meta we are going to indicate that we want to have a form based on the post modal, so we need to set the modal equal to post, and then we can define the fields that we want to display, and in our case it's the title and it's the body. All right, so let's go ahead and save the forms.py file, and we actually need to bring in this form to the views. And to be more precise, we need to bring it into our post list and create view. So first of all, from .forms, we want to import post form. And right now, let's bring this post form to our post list and create view. Let's pass in request post or none. And then below, maybe below even the query set, I'm going to do a if check, if request is Ajax, okay? Then what we want to do is to perform an if form is valid check. And if this is the case, well, we don't want to save the form directly, because if we take a look at the modals.py file, we have the title, the body. However, we still have one mandatory field, which is author, and we can't forget about this field. So in order to complete this, we need to define the author. All right, so the author is going to be, and then we need to import profile. So from profiles modals, we want to import profile. So now we can assign to the author profile objects get, and we are going to get this profile object by the user. All right, so the user is equal to request.user, just like this. And as the next step, I'm going to create a variable instance, and I'm going to assign form save, and I'm going to pass commit is equal to false. And basically this means that I don't want to save the form just yet. I want to assign the instance author to the author from over here. So let's write author, and right now what we can do is write instance save. And here we are basically saving the newly created object to the database with all the fields that are required. So we will have the title, the body, but also the author. Okay? So basically this should work. And as the next step, let's pass this form to the template. So I'm going to get rid of this dictionary over here. I'm going to put in a context, which we are going to define right now. So this context will be a dictionary. And here I'm just going to put QS as QS. So this was set before directly over here. And then I'm going to set as the key form the value. I'm going to assign the value of form. Okay. So right now, not only the query set is being passed to the template, but form is going to be, actually, we don't need this query set anymore. We don't need it, guys. We are dealing with an Ajax GET request, okay? We don't need this query set anymore. We can get rid of it. I'm just going to comment it out. All right, so right now we are only passing the form to the template. So basically this means that we can jump into our main HTML, and from here I'm going to import crispy forms tags so we can actually use the crispy filter. So I'm going to do it at the top below the load static. Let's load and then crispy forms tags, okay? So right now we will be able to apply the crispy filter on the form that we still need to create. So in the modal body over here, let's get rid of those 3 dots and let's create a form that will also have an ID, and let's call it post form. And let's close off this form. And what I'm going to do over here is to pass in the CSRF token. And then I'm going to place the form with the crispy filter, crispy, like this. All right. So as the next step, I'm going to add this modal footer. Actually, I'm going to bring it in to the form. We will see how this looks like. And then over here, what we will have by adding, we need to change the button type. So over here, instead of type button, we will have type submit. Okay. So yeah, let's take a look how this is actually looking. So we need to go back to the browser, hit refresh, add post. And for some reason, the crispy filter didn't work. Let's try it one more time. No. So let's do a quick check. What might be wrong? We have load crispy forms tags. I think everything is all right over here. And here we have the crispy filter also written correctly. So in the settings PY, we have crispy forms and crispy, maybe this is the issue. Crispy template pack, bootstrap 4. Let's take a look if this was the case. All right, so let's hit refresh, and there it is. Okay, so now this is working. If we wouldn't like to use crispy forms, we could actually go to the forms py file, and we could define those fields, how they should look like. All right, so starting from the title, we would write title is equal to, and then forms char field, and we would set a widget, and this is going to be, in this case for the title, forms text input, and here we could specify some attributes. So I would like to specify a class, because the well-known class for Bootstrap forms is form control. So if I put in form control over here, this should do the trick. So this is for the title, and we can do the same thing for the body. So here let's place forms and then char field. Let's set the widget to forms text area, and let's also specify some attributes. So let's set the class, and we will set it to form control again. Form control. We can also maybe specify the rows. So I'm just going to write rows, and I'm going to put in 3. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this, and let's see if this will actually work. So I'm going to get rid of this crispy filter, and I'm going to write form as p, so form as paragraph. I'm going to save this, and let's hit refresh, and there it is. Okay, so it's looking pretty much the same, but here we have 3 rows. So it's up to you if you would like to use crispy forms. It's a little bit easier in my opinion. Or would you like to define the forms, the fields in the form by yourself? So I'm just going to comment this out, and I'm going to go with crispy forms because it's, as mentioned before, a little bit easier. So let's get rid of this form as p. Let's save this, and let's try it one more time. Okay, so I think we will finish off over here. In the next one, we are going to move to the JavaScript part, to the JavaScript file, and we are actually going to make this form work and add posts. So we will not only save them in the database, but we will also update them immediately at the front end. All right, so wish you all a great day, and see you soon. All right, guys, welcome back. So let's add posts through this form. And as mentioned before, we need to jump into Visual Studio Code to the main.js, and let's go to the top. Over here, what I'm going to do is to grab this form by ID. All right, so I'm going to create a const, and this is going to be basically the post form. So we need to grab it, as mentioned before, by ID. So get element by ID. And now let's take a look. What was the ID? The ID was just post form. So let's copy it, and let's put it over here. All right, so let's save this, and then let's go back to the browser. What I'm going to do is to take a look at the fields, title and body. I'm just going to right click and inspect. Okay, because over here what I'm interested in is the ID itself, ID of the title and ID of the body. So the syntax is ID underscore and the name of the field. So here we have the title, ID underscore title, and here for the body we will have ID underscore body. Okay, just like over here. So actually, let's also grab those elements. Let's grab the title and the body by the ID. Okay, so in order to do this, below the post form, I'm going to create another const title, and this is going to be document get element by ID. and it's going to be ID title, ID underscore title, and then I'm just going to copy this, paste it, and here let's change title to body, and over here let's change to body as well. All right, so as the next step, let's go to the bottom and let's add a event listener on the post form. Okay, so in order to do this, we need to write post form, not post box, but post form, and then add event listener, and we want to listen on the submit event. Then we will have the event, and let's write event prevent default. We want to prevent the form from being submitted. We don't want to also reload the page. So now we can put in our jQuery Ajax method. So the type is going to be post, and then we will have the URL as blank because we are going to access the same view. Okay, so in the views PY, over here we have a view that also handles our if request is Ajax. Okay, so previously we set separate views for this, but in this case we are doing everything in one view. All right, so this is why we did it just like over here. And basically over in the load post data view, we could also add an if request is Ajax. Okay, so let's do it like this. And right now everything should be a little bit clearer. So wherever we see request is Ajax, this means that we are dealing with an Ajax call, and in this case we have it inside a regular view where we are returning the render method, where we are passing the request, where we are passing our template, and we are passing the context dictionary, which consists of items that basically are placed in the template itself. All right, so hopefully this is understandable, and now we can continue. If we go to the main HTML, over here we have the CSRF token, so let's also grab it. I'm going to go to the top, and below the body I'm going to create const CSRF is equal to document, and then get elements by name, and I need to pass in CSRF middleware token. So right now we have this CSRF middleware token, and let's actually console log it so we can see with what we are dealing. Okay, CSRF, and I'm going to add a string CSRF before the actual CSRF middleware token. So I'm going to save this and let's refresh, and here we have it. So this is a node list, and if we scroll all the way down, we will have the value, and this is basically our token. Okay, so in order to get the CSRF middleware token, we need to write 0 value. This is how we access it. Okay, so now if we hit refresh, there it is. All right, so as the next step, we can actually go to Ajax and we can work on the data. So over here what we are going to have is the CSRF middleware token, and we are going to assign to this CSRF and then 0 value, and then we will also have to send the title, and this is going to be the title that we defined, and value. Okay, so this is our title input, and we are grabbing the value of it. All right, and here is our body, and we are grabbing the value of it. All right, so we need to refer to the body as next step. So body, to body we are going to the key body, we are going to assign body value. All right, and finally let's put in success. So here we will have a function that takes in a response, and let's console log the response, and then we will have an error function error, and let's console log the error. Perfect. Okay, so yeah, let's see how this will actually work. Will we have any errors or not? So what I'm going to do is to jump back to our add post. I'm going to hit refresh, and I'm going to try to add a post. I'm going to add maybe test post and test body post, something like this, doesn't really matter. And I'm going to press add, and let's take a look what happened over here. We have now the size 7. So the first problem is that the post has been, I think, created, since we now have 7 posts and before we had 6. So the first problem is that it's actually placed at the end of our list, and we want it to be placed at the top. And of course the second problem is that we needed to reload the page to actually see this post. So let's fix this problem first. We want this post, which is the newest, at the top, so we need to reverse the order of our posts. In order to do this, we need to go to the modals.py file, and over here I'm going to add below the string representation method, or maybe below the property with the like count method, I'm going to add a class meta, and here I'm going to define ordering, and I'm going to refer to this created field, and I'm going to add minus created in a tuple. Okay, so right now if we go back, hit refresh, we will see this test post at the top, and this post 6, post 5 will be will be next in line. All right, so before we had post 1, 2, 3, and now we have test post, which is the freshest, and then post 6, post 5, and so on. Okay, so if we would get rid of this minus sign, we would have the posts in the order that they were before. So let's just make sure to have this minus, and yeah, the first problem has been actually solved. So the next one that we are going to cover is to actually add this post that has been created to our front end. And in order to do this, we need to have some kind of a JSON response. We don't have it right now. So in order to do this, we need to go back to our views, and if we have this if request is Ajax if form is valid, and below the instance saved, we need to return the JSON response. And over here, what do we need? We want to return the title. So the title is going to be the instance title. Okay, what else do we need? We need the body. So the body will be the instance body. Maybe for the future, we would also like to display the author in a card. Okay, so let's put in author, and this is going to be instance author user name, and let's also put in the ID. So this is going to be the instance ID. All right, so now if I save this, and now if I hit refresh and create test post 2, and then test body post 2, and I'm going to press add, we see a response over here that this post has been actually created, and we need to get the data from here and update the front end part. So this is the next challenge, all right? So let's jump into main.js, and we need to right now refer to our post box, because the post box needs to be updated by a post that we actually created through the form. So let's write post box, and we have a method that is called insert adjacent HTML, and then if we write after begin, we will add this post that we are going to put in next to the top of the post box. All right, so let's place after begin, and then we can open backticks, and here we need to place in this post. So what we are actually going to do is to grab a card that we defined already. We are going to take the entire card from here. Okay. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to place it over here. All right, so let's fix the indentation, and we'll need to do some adjustments. So the L title will be the response title, the L body will be the response body. What else do we have? The L ID will be the response ID, and we need to change it over here as well. And then we will have response. Actually, over here, let's get rid of this. We don't need it because we can write directly like each post that just gets created initially will have 0 likes, all right? So yeah, we can go ahead and just write like, and over here we will have the like unlike with the response ID. Okay, so basically this should work. Yeah, let's find out if it actually will. I'm going to save this, and let's hit refresh. Let's try it out. Test post 3, and then test body post. What was test body post 3? That was the syntax. Test body post 3. All right, I'm going to press add, and as you can see in the background, we added this test post 3. Perfect. So this is working, and the problem is that we still see the modal. All right. And let's take a look at if we can actually like this test post 3 that we created. So with test post 2, we shouldn't have a problem. But what will happen to test post 3? Okay, so the page got reloaded. And let's fix this problem with adding to the success block the call of the function like on like posts. Okay, so let's see if this will actually fix our problem. I'm going to add test post 4 and test body post 4. Let's add it, and let's close the modal. Let's try to like it, and we see unlike. All right, so another thing is that we actually need to go back over here and add like with 0. Okay, so before we test this, let's actually also close the modal. So once we create a post, let's have this modal to disappear automatically. All right, and in order to do this, what we need to do is to go to the success block. Below the like on like posts, I'm going to use jQuery, and this is directly coming from the Bootstrap documentation. So we need to grab our modal with the hashtag, and this is going to be add post modal, and then we simply need to write modal and hide. This is how we can hide the modal. This is coming directly from the Bootstrap documentation, and then we can also create a notification for confirmation that a post has been created. Let's take a look if we have in the main HTML an alert box. So the alert box currently doesn't exist. Let's create a new div with an ID alert box. All right, it will be an empty div. Let's go ahead and save this, and let's grab this alert box in our main.js. So let's go to the top, maybe below the CSRF. Let's add another const alert box is equal to document, and then get element by ID, and we want to pass in alert box. All right, so let's actually create a function for handling alerts. We can have a confirmation that post has been successfully created, so we can have a notification, hey, you have created a post, congratulations, or we can write something like, oops, something went wrong. And maybe it won't be a bad idea to actually put this function into the main static folder. So we can put it in the functions.js file. And we already created this functions.js file. So let's define this function over here. Const handle alerts, and this will take in a type and a message. Okay, and let's refer to the alert box and inner HTML, and over here we are going to open backticks. Of course, this should be equal, and then open backticks, and inside we are going to place the alert that we are going to get from getbootstrap.com. So let's go to the search input. Let's type alerts, and let's grab the first one. All right, and let's put it in. So over here we need to do some adjustments. We want to change the class depending on the type. So what I'm going to do is to get rid of this this primary class, and I'm going to inject the type. Okay, and then this part will be the message. So again, let's get rid of the text and let's inject the message. Okay, so right now we can actually jump back to our main.js, and we can go all the way down to our post form submission, to our success block, and here let's place in handle alerts, and I'm going to type success. So this is going to be the class of the alert. So success will give us the green alert, and we can write as text that will be displayed, new post added, something like this. All right, and here we are going to write also handle alerts in the error, but the class is going to be danger, and we are going to write oops, something went wrong. All right, so let's check if this is actually working. Let's go back to our page. Let's add a post, new body post. Let's press add, and we have handle alerts is not defined, and let's take a look why. Handle alerts, we created a function handle alerts. Let's take a look at the base HTML. We have functions above, so maybe what we need to do is to simply reload the page. I'm going to clear the cache, by the way, and I'm going to try to add it one more time. I'm just going to put in one and add, and there it is. So we have new post added. this is working. Cool. So let's see if it will also work for the error. So let's go to main.js. Let's take a look if this will work, okay? So what I'm going to do over here is to add maybe s, and right now this URL will be the problem. I'm going to hit refresh, add post, 2, and I'm going to press add, and we have, oops, something went wrong. Perfect. All right, guys, this was quite a long one. Let's finish over here, and we will continue working on this project in the next one. Have a great day, and see you soon. All right, guys, welcome back. So this video is going to be extremely short. What I want to do is to reset the form after adding a post, okay? So let's take a look how this will work in practice. So I'm just going to get rid of this S, and I'm going to save this main.js file, and then I'm going to hit refresh, and I'm going to try to add a post. And the body will be body, for example. And I'm going to press add, and we have, oops, something went wrong. Did we save main.js? All right, so I'm just going to clear the cache, and I'm going to try this one more time. Post, and then body, and add, and there it is. Okay, so we have new post added, but then if we press add post, we still see post and body. Okay, so since we've added this post, we should clear the title and body inputs. So in order to do this, we are going to refer to our post form, okay? So where is our post form? Here it is. And then in the success block, at the very end, let's add post form, and then add dot reset. All right, let's save this, and let's see if this will help us out. So I'm going to add another post, p1, b1, let's press add. We have p1, b1, and then if we add the post, right now the inputs are cleared, okay? We can add p2 and b2. Let's add them, and there it is, okay? And again, the form is right now resetted. All right, guys, so this is it for this video, and in the next one, we will start working on the details. So we will create a detail view in the views.py file of the post application. Have a great day, and see you soon. All right, guys, welcome back. I'm inside the post application in the views.py file, and over here, what we want to do next is to create a post detail view, and we will do it using function views, and maybe in the bonus section we are going to transform it to a class-based view. So first of all, let's define this post view. So I'm going to name it post detail, and it will take in a request and also the primary key, and based on this primary key we are going to get the post object. So we can write obj is equal to post, and then objects get, and we are going to get it by the primary key, where we are going to pass this primary key from over here. All right, and as the next step, let's also bring in the form, and this is going to be the post form that we created in previous videos, because through this post form we will have an opportunity to update a particular post, okay? So we actually need to instantiate this form, and obj and form needs to be passed to the template. So we will pass those two variables with a context dictionary where we will have some keys. So let's do it very quickly. And the keys are going to be basically the names of the variables. So we can write obj, and to obj we are going to assign the obj from over here, and the same for the form. So we are going to have a form, and to the key form we are going to assign the form from over here. All right, so finally we need to return render, and we are going to pass in the request. we are also going to specify the template. So we don't have a template yet for the details. I'm just going to write posts and then detail HTML. And in a second, we are going to create this detail HTML. And then as the dictionary, I'm going to pass in context, all right? So we will be actually able to use what we defined in the context dictionary in the template. All right, so basically, I think we are done with the view. Let's actually register it next. So in order to do this, we need to jump into the URLs PY. And let's go to the imports first. So I'm going to bring in the post detail, and then I'm going to simply put it over here, this new view. I will get rid of this hello world. We don't need it anymore. I'm going to get rid of it over here as well. And then I'm going to bring in this detail view over here with the new path. And we will need to put in the primary key. So this is extremely important because based on this primary key, we are going to know with which post we are dealing, all right? So we can write post detail, and then the name is going to be post detail. Like this. All right. So we have this view registered right now. So let's create the template. We need to go to the templates posts, and over here, let's create detail HTML. Let's inherit from base HTML. Let's define the block script. We will leave it empty for now. We will take care of this a little bit later. Then we will have the block title. So here I'm just going to place maybe the obj title detail, something like this. And in the block content, I'm going to put in, for now, obj title. And I'm going to add a horizontal line and then obj body. All right. So let's save this and let's see if this is working. So I'm going to do it manually. I'm going to add a slash and then 1. And there it is. Here is our first post. Okay. And if we go to the second, we see post 2 and description of post 2. Okay. So basically this is working. And what we need to do next is to jump into main.js. And if we take a look at our get data, over here, we are basically getting our cards with the posts. And over here, we have this button, okay? So this is actually a tag with the class of btn primary. So what we need to do is to provide some link over here, all right? And in order to do this, let's go to the top and let's create another const URL. And this is going to be window location. Or maybe let's first, before we define this URL, let's just console log window location. And we will see what do we have over here. I'm going to save this and then I'm going to hit refresh, but of course we need to go to our main path. And over here we have a few properties. So actually what we can use is this one, origin or href, for example. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code and I'm going to write const URL is equal to window location href. All right. And then what I'm going to do is to delete this console log and I'm going to use this URL. And I'm going to use it over here where we are getting our data, okay? So we need to find this a tag and we can now open the $sign URL. And then let's take a look at href. It consists of the and slash, all right? So at the end, we can add the ID because we are in a loop. So we can write lid. Okay, and yeah, let's find out if this will actually work. So I'm going to hit refresh, and let's press on the details button, and there it is. So this is working properly. Okay, and if I press load more and try to open, for example, this post, it's still working. Okay, so yeah, I think we can finish off over here, and we will continue working on this in the next video. Have a great day and see you soon. Alright guys, so in this one we will do some additional work in the detail HTML. So in order to begin, let's jump into Visual Studio Code, into the post application, then we need to go to the templates post and to the detail HTML. We will begin by loading static. Load static, and now we can actually put inside the block scripts the script related to this template. So we don't have it just yet, but we can write script and then src, and now we need to refer to static. I'm just going to open the quotation marks before, and let's put in static, and then let's say that we would like to name the script the same way as we named the template. So it's going to be posts and then detail.js, like this, and we need to close the quotation mark, and then we will add defer, and we can basically close off the script. Okay, so we need to create this detail.js. Let's do it very quickly. Detail.js. Let's console log hello world to see if this is actually working. So I'm just going to write hello world detail maybe. Okay, and let's go back to our detail HTML. We will leave this block title as it is. Maybe I'll just put it in one line. And then we need to do some work in the block content. So we are going to add some modals, but this is what we are going to do probably in the upcoming videos, 2 or 3. And yeah, what we can do right now is to add a button with an ID back btn. So once we press this button, we will return to the main page, and this is going to be a class btn and then btn info. All right, and I'm just going to put in back, and I'm going to close off this button. All right, then what we are going to have is an update button. So let's put button with an ID is equal to, and then I'm just going to type update btn, and I'm going to add a class equal to btn, and then btn, let's make this a blue button, so btn primary. Okay, and here we will have update like this, and we will also want the delete button. Okay, so button ID equal to and delete btn, and we will have a class equal to btn and then btn delete. Let's put in delete button. All right, we will do some adjustments a little bit later for the update and the delete button, but for now let's leave this as it is. Let's go to the main HTML, and from here let's borrow the spinner. So I'm just going to copy this piece of code, and I'm going to bring it to the detail HTML below the buttons. Okay, and let's add a div with a class equal to margin top 1, maybe 1 will be enough, and the ID is going to be post, not post, but post box. Okay, and I'm going to close the div over here, and yeah, let's take a look how this will actually look in the browser. I'm just going to indent this, and I'm going to save it, and then let's refresh the page, and there it is. So we have a problem with the delete button. btn delete, of course should be btn danger. Sorry guys. And there it is. Okay, so we have back, update, delete. We see a spinner. This spinner will disappear once we load the data of a particular post. Okay, so we also see hello world details. So right now we are confident that the script has been linked correctly. All right, guys. So what we can do in this one before we finish is to do the functionality for this back btn. All right. So in order to do this, let's actually begin by getting this back btn. All right. So let's jump into detail.js, and below the hello world, I'm going to add another const, and I'm going to call this back btn. And this is going to be document get element by id, not get elements, but get element by id, like this. And let's take a look at the id. It was back btn. Yeah, back btn. I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to put it over here. All right. So right now what we need to do is to listen on a click event on this back btn. So let's write back btn, add event listener, click, and then if the button gets clicked, what we want to do is to refer to history and then back. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this, and let's see how this will work. I'm just going to go to the main page, and I'm going to access this post details, and now I'm going to press back, and we are back to the main page. Okay, so everything is working, and I think we can finish off over here, and we will continue working on this in the next part. So see you over there. All right, guys, welcome back. So in this one, we would like to create a detail for actually getting the post data. Okay, so we need to create a view that will return a JSON response. And in order to do this, of course, we need to go to our post application, to the views.py file. And here we have the load post data view. So maybe below we can create another view that I'm going to call post detail data view, something like this. And this will take in a request and a primary key. So based on the primary key, we are going to get the object, and this is going to be post objects get, where the primary key is equal to the primary key. All right, and then we can define the data dictionary, which we want to pass with the JSON response. So over here we will need an ID, so we can set ID to obj ID, and then we can have the title, and we can set the title to obj title, and let's have the body, and let's set the body as obj body, and then let's grab the author, and this is going to be obj author user, and then username, like this. And we can also have a logged in. Okay, so the logged in will be the person who is logged in and who is viewing this post, and later we can compare this logged in person, okay, with the author. And for example, if the author and the logged in match, that means that we can actually display the buttons for update and delete. In other case, those buttons won't be visible. All right, so over here I'm just going to write request user username. All right, so finally we just need to return the JSON response, and here I'm just going to write data. So the key will be data, and to the data key we are going to assign data. All right, so yeah, I'm going to save this, and I need to register this post detail data view. So in order to do this, we need to go, of course, into our urls.py file. Okay, so first of all, let's bring in this post detail data view. Okay, and as the next step, we need to simply register it. So I'm going to go maybe at the bottom, and here I'm going to create a new path, and this path is going to begin with the primary key, and then I'm just going to write data. And now I'm going to use this post detail data view over here. I'm going to pass it to this path, and the name is going to be post detail data. Alright, so let's save this, and let's go to the detail.js. Over here, what we need to do is to use our Ajax method, jQuery Ajax method. And the type is going to be get. Then we are going to set the URL, all right? So in order to have this URL, we need to define a variable URL, okay? And this is going to be window location ref, and we are going to add data to it, okay? Plus data and then slash. All right, so this is going to be our URL, so we can put it over here. Okay, as the next step, let's define the success. So here we will have a function with a response, and we will console log the response like this, and then we will have an error, and we will have a function that takes in an error, and we will console log the error. All right, so before we actually take a look and see if this is working, let's make the spinner box disappear. So we need to get it first. So let's write spinner box is equal to document and then get element by ID spinner box. All right, so now we can, in the success block, refer to the spinner box class list, and then we are going to add the not visible class. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this, and let's take a look if this will actually work. So I'm going to hit refresh, and yeah, the spinner is gone, and we have the data. All right, so there are our data: the author, the body, the ID, the logged in, and the title. All right, guys, so I think we can finish off over here, and we will continue working on this in the next video. Have a great day, and bye-bye. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this one we are going to generate a favorite icon to get rid of this internal server error. Alright, so I just went to Google and type favorite icon, and then I will go to this favorite icon IO link, and here we have an opportunity to generate a favorite icon. So we just need to type some text, and I'm going to place DJ, so as Django. And you can select the color, but I'm going to leave it as it is. And I'm going to download this favorite icon. And I'm going to go inside and grab this file. All right. And then I'm just going to access DJ Ajax. And I'm going to go to source. And I'm going to go to static. And then I'm going to place it over here. All right, so let's go back to Visual Studio Code. Right now we have this favorite icon, so let's jump into base HTML and let's bring this back in. Let's get rid of this comment. Okay, so right now this should be working. I'm going to save this, and yeah, let's go back. and the error is gone. All right, so this was a very short video on adding favorite icon, and then in the next one we will continue working on this page. So see you over there. All right, guys, welcome back. So in this one, let's work on this page. And the first thing that I'm going to do is to actually add a not visible class to this update button and the delete button. All right. And then if the author will be the same as the logged in user, we are going to remove this class. So in order to do this, we need to jump into the detail and to the detail HTML, and we need to find the proper buttons. So we want to add the not visible class to the update btn and the delete btn. All right, so let's do it really quickly. Not visible and not visible. All right, so I'm going to save this and let's refresh. And as you can see, right now we only see the back button. All right, so if we go back to Visual Studio Code and detail.js, let's actually take a look at the success block. We can create a const, and I'm going to call it data, and this is going to be equal response data, all right? Because in the views py, we are returning the JSON response with the key data. Okay, so this is basically it. All right, so let's access the data like this. So in the detail.js, we assign to data the response data. Okay, and now we can simply do a check. If, and then let's access data logged in. And if data logged in is different than the data author, let's do a console log. Let's just put in different. Okay. And in other case, let's console log the same. All right. So let's save this. Let's hit refresh. And I think we need to clear the cache, so I'm going to press Command-Shift-R, and there it is. Okay, so we have the same. So basically, if this is the case, if the logged in user is equal to the author of the post, we can actually remove the not visible class from the update button and the delete button. So just to be sure that everything is working properly, I'm going to go to the Django administration, right? And I'm going to select this, let's say this P2B2 post, all right? And here I'm going to change the author to test user, and I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to go inside of this post one more time. And now we see that this is different, all right? But if we go to P1B1, here we have the same. So if the logged in is the same as the author, as mentioned before, we are going to remove the not visible class from the buttons that we actually need to grab. So we have the back btn. Let's create another const, and this is going to be update btn, and then we will have const delete btn. All right, so I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it 2 times. All right, so now we need to change what's inside the get element by ID. So I think we've set an ID over here to update btn and then delete btn. So let's confirm this very quickly. Update btn and delete btn, yes. So let's go back to detail.js, and right now we can go to this else block. So I'm just going to leave it as it is, so we can see in the console log what is going on over here, that we have different and the same. I'm not going to remove it. And then I'm going to simply access the update btn class list, and then I'm going to remove the not visible class, And I'm going to do the same thing for the delete btn. So delete btn class list, and then remove not visible. All right, so I'm going to save this, and let's take a look how this actually works. Okay, so here we have the same. So we actually see the update and delete btn, and then let's go to the p2 b2, and here we have different, so we don't see those two options. All right, so yeah, I think we will finish off over here, and we will see each other in the next video. Have a great day and see you soon. Alright guys, so in this one we are actually going to display the data. So we have to display over here for now the title and the body. Okay, so in order to do this, I'm going to jump back to Visual Studio Code, and let's go to the success block. And here let's begin by, actually we need to grab the post box first because we didn't do it yet. So I'm going to go to line 2, and here I'm going to write const post box is equal to document, and then get element by ID post box. And I'm just going to confirm it in the detail HTML post box, yes. All right, so having this post box, let's go to line 28. And over here, what we are going to do is to create an element. And we are going to create an h3 tag. And we can do it by creating another const, and I'm going to call it title or title L, maybe something like this. And this is going to be document, and then create element. Create element, where's create element? There it is. And we just need to write h3. We want to create an h3 element. All right, and then we can access this title element, title L. All right, and then we can set an attribute that we want this to have a margin top 1. So we can pass in a class, and then we need to specify what should be the class. So in our case, we want to add a margin top 1. All right. And then we can do the same thing for the body. So let's copy this. Let's paste it. And over here, we will have the body element. And let's say that we want to create a paragraph. Okay, so let's change this body element over here as well. And let's also add a margin top 1, or maybe here let's add a margin top 3, and here a margin top 1. Okay, so as the next step, let's access the title element text content, and this is going to be data title. And then we can do the same thing for the body element, so body element, and then text content is equal to, and then data body. Data body, yes. Here I made a mistake. It should be data title, and here data body. All right, because we are referring to the response that we are storing in the data. All right, so and then once we have this, we are simply hiding the spinner, but there's one more thing that we need to do. We need to append the title element and the body element to the post box. So let's do it. Post box, and then append child, and let's pass in the title element, and let's do the same thing for, this is post box or post box? It should be post box. Post box, like this. And as mentioned before, let's do the same thing for the body element. Append child body element. All right, so let's save this. Let's refresh, and there it is. Okay, so now I'm going to inspect this. So right click inspect, and let's see what do we have over here. So we have our post box, and we created this h3 tag. With the set attribute, we added as an attribute class, and this class is margin top 3. And then we basically assigned text content to this element. So we have p2. All right, in the console, if we go to the console and we will take a look at the title, we see p2. All right, so we assigned this element the p2. So basically we have this over here. We created an element, we set the attribute as class margin top 3. All right, and then with the text content, we assigned the data title, so basically p2, to this title element that we created. And we did the same thing for the body. So we have this time a paragraph with a class. So this is what we did with set attribute. And then we have b2, and this is what we did over here. We basically act as the body element and text content, and we assign to it data body. All right. And yeah, this is it. So I think we can finish off over here. And yeah, we will see each other in the next one. Have a great day, and bye-bye. All right, guys, welcome back. So in this one, we are going to add the modals for the update and the delete, okay? So we are going to hook them with those buttons. And then once we press on them, we will see an update modal and the delete modal. So yeah, let's go back to Visual Studio Code and let's go to main HTML, because over here we have already a modal that we can basically use. So I'm just going to copy it and I'm going to place it in the detail HTML. So we need to place it at the top, and let's put in the update modal. So this is going to be the first modal, update modal. So let's change this to update modal, and then over here we will have not create but update post. Okay, here we will have our form. Let's say that this form will be no longer post form but update form like this. Then we will have the CSRF token, modal footer, and yeah, basically what we want to do is still to change this to update. All right. And also maybe I'm going to add an alert box in the modal body. So let's do it very quickly. Div ID, and let's put in alert box, and let's close off this div. Okay, so here I missed an R. Now it's okay. So basically we have the update modal, and we just need to hook it with the button, with the update button. So again, let's jump into main HTML and let's find this add post button. So let's copy those attributes, databs toggle and databs target, and let's bring them into the detail HTML, into the update button. So here, obviously, we need to change this to update modal. Let's save it, and let's see if this will actually work. So invalid filter crispy, and this is because we didn't load the crispy filter. So I'm going to copy this from main HTML and put it inside the detail HTML below the load static. Okay. So now this problem should be gone. Let's hit refresh. And in fact, it is gone and the modal is working. All right. So as the next step, what we would like to do is to display the P1 and B1 inside of the inputs that we see in the modal in our form. Okay. So in order to do this, let's jump into detail.js. And somewhere over here, let's create a new const, and this is going to be the title input. and this is going to be equal document get element by ID, and we already know the syntax. So it's ID underscore and then the name of the field. So in our case, for the title, it is title. And then I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it below. And this is going to be now the body input. So let's put in body. And here we will have ID body. All right. So finally, we need to go to the success block, maybe somewhere over here between the append child and spinner class list. Let's just write title input value is equal to the data title, and body input value is equal to the data and data body. Yeah. All right, so this should work. I'm going to save it and let's find out. And there it is. Okay, so right now we can update the post directly with the current title and current body. So we could add, for example, B11, P11. But of course, this update functionality isn't working just yet. So let's do the same thing for the delete. Okay, right now this button doesn't do anything. So let's jump into the detail HTML. Let's copy the modal for update. Let's paste it below. And over here, we will have now the delete modal. So let's change the ID, delete modal, all right? So here we will have the delete post. And yeah, we will need to modify the modal body, all right? So what I'm going to do actually is to, first of all, get rid of this alert box maybe. Then I'm going to change the form ID to delete form. And I'm going to delete this form. We will keep the modal footer. And yeah, we need to add something over here. So some kind of a confirmation that, are you sure you want to delete this particular post? So maybe let's write, are you sure you want to, and then you want to delete, and let's add B tags. So right now I'm just going to go for a second into the views py file, and here's our post detail data view, and I want to have the ordinary view. Here is the post detail view. We are passing with the context obj. All right, so we can use this obj. Let's go back to the detail HTML and let's write obj.title. Okay, and maybe let's add quotation marks, or let's do them inside of the B tags. And then at the end, let's add a question mark. All right, so then we will have this delete form. We will take care of this later. And here we will have not update, but delete. So now let's copy those custom attributes for the modal, and let's paste them from the copy them from the update to the delete. And here we just need to change update to delete. All right, so this has to, the button data BS target needs to match our ID. Okay, so let's save this and let's see if this is actually working. Going to hit refresh, and there it is. Are you sure you want to delete P1? So this isn't looking beautiful, but for now I'm going to leave it as it is. And here is our update post. All right, guys, so I think we can finish off over here, and we will continue working on this project in the next one. Have a great day, and bye-bye. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this one we are going to write the views for the update and delete, okay? And in order to begin, what we are going to do is to jump into Visual Studio Code. But before, I would like to fix this visual issue over here. This doesn't look nice, and we can actually make a very quick improvement. So if we go to Visual Studio Code, and here is our delete modal, we can basically take this form outside of the div modal body, okay? And over here we can create a div with a class equal to modal footer, and we can place this form inside of this div. Okay, so right now let's get rid of this div modal footer here, and yeah, this should work a little bit better. So let's see if it does. I'm going to hit refresh, delete, and yeah, in fact this looks nicer. So let's go to the views.py file as the next step, and in the views.py file what we are going to do is to create those two additional views for updating and deleting posts. So I'm actually going to go all the way down. I'm going to get rid of this hello world view, we don't need it anymore, and over here let's create update post, and this will take in the request and the primary key, and then we will return a JSON response, and we will do another view which will be the delete post, and the same situation over here. This will take in a request and the primary key, and this will return a JSON response as well. Alright, so let's begin with the update post. First of all, we want to grab the post that we want to update, and we want to grab it by the primary key. So we can write obj is equal to, and then post objects get, where the primary key is equal to the primary key from over here. All right, so now that we have this obj, this post object, we can actually write if request is Ajax, then what we are going to do is to get the new title, and this is what's going to be sent from to this view, so we need to get it. So the new title is going to be request post get, and we want to grab the title. Okay, so this is what we are going to be sending. We don't have it yet, we need to write it in the JavaScript file, but we are going to send the title, and we are going to get it and store it in the new title variable, and then we will have the new body. And the situation looks the same over here. We will have a request post get, and we will get the body. All right, and then we will basically write obj title is equal to the new title. So we have the object, we are accessing the title field, and we are assigning the new title that we get from over here, from the request post. And the same situation will be with the body. We'll have the obj body is equal to the new body. And then we just need to write obj save like this. And in the return JSON response, we will have the title, and the title will be set to the new title, and then the body will be set to the new body. All right, so we have the update. Let's do the delete. So over here, let's write if request is Ajax. In that case, what we want to do is to, or maybe we can simply copy this and put it at the top, and then if request is Ajax, we can write obj delete. Okay, and then we are going to return an empty JSON response, and I'm going to explain why just a little bit later. Basically, once we delete the post, we will be taken to the main page, all right? This post will no longer exist. So here we are just returning a JSON response, and we will return to this a little bit later. So right now, having those two views created, we just need to save the views py file, and we need to register them. So in the URLs py, let's import those views, post, or it was delete post, yes, delete post, and then update post. All right, so let's actually register those views. I'm going to copy this path with the primary key and the post detail. And then here I'm going to write primary key update. And this is going to be update post. And here we will have the name update post, maybe, or post update, something like this. Post update. And I'm going to copy this. And here we will have delete, and the view is going to be delete post, or yeah, delete post, that was the name. And here we will have post delete. All right, so now I'm going to save this, and in the next one we will work with those views that we created inside of the detail.js. So have a great day and see you over there. All right, guys, so let's have this update functionality working, all right? So in order to get started, let's go to Visual Studio Code, to the detail.js, and let's grab our update form and create the update URL, all right? So I'm going to create the update URL maybe somewhere over here. We will have the URL, and below we will have the update URL and the delete URL. So let's do it very quickly. Const update URL is going to be equal. Basically, we can grab window location ref, and I'm just going to change data to update, and then I'm going to copy everything from here, paste it below, and change for the next video update to delete. So we will have the delete URL and delete, just like this. All right, so as the next step, let's actually grab the forms. So we will need the update form and the delete form. In order to do this, let's create an update form. Let's grab the update form, not create, but let's grab it. And this is going to be document get element by ID. And the ID was update form. And again, I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to set the delete form for the upcoming video. Delete form, and here we will have not update but delete, just like this. All right. So as the next step, we can go all the way down, and here we will add an event listener on the update form. So update form, add event listener. We are going to listen on the submit event, and when that happens, what we want to do first is to event prevent default, and as the next step we need to grab the title and the body, because we need to know we need to grab those elements that we created, this P1 and B1, because we will later change it on the front end. Okay, so we will press update, we will see the form, we will put here something like P11, and once we press this update button, we should see the change of P1 to P11. All right, so in order to do this, we actually need to grab those two elements. And what we can do over here is to go back to the place where we've set the attributes for the title element and the body element. So I'm just going to copy this, and below we are not going to set the attribute of class, but we are going to set the attribute of ID, and here we will have title, And over here, we will have the body. So let's change this to ID as well. And here we will have body. Okay. So right now we can actually grab those elements over here. So let's create title is equal to document and then get element by ID title. Okay. And then const body is equal to document get element by ID body. All right. So let's see if this is actually working. I'm going to save this and then I'm going to hit refresh and I'm going to right click inspect. And as you can see over here, we have the ID title and over here we have the ID body. So this is working as expected. So as the next step, we can actually work on our Ajax method. So below, let's place the jQuery Ajax method. And we will have the type of post. As the next step, we will have the URL. So this is going to be our update URL. And then we need to define the data. So we will need a CSRF middleware token, CSRF middleware token. All right. And did we define the CSRF? I don't think so, at least not in this file. So I'm just going to go to main.js and I'm going to grab this code, copy it, and place it in the detail.js. All right, so now we can write CSRF 0 value. Okay, as a reminder, we have the CSRF token in the detail HTML. Okay, we have it in the update and in the detail. So let's go to the detail.js again, because we need to finish working on this Ajax. And we want to set the title, okay, because we are expecting the title and the body in the views. Okay, so here we are getting the title and the body as the new title and the new body. So we need to make sure to assign the title input value. So we are assigning what is going to be placed in the input, okay? And to the body, we are going to assign body input value. All right. And then as the next step, of course, we need to put in success. So here we will have a function with a response. And let's console log the response and response this, okay? And error, we will have a function that takes in an error and we will console log the error. Okay, so let's see if this will actually work just by taking a look at the console after submitting the form. So I'm going to hit refresh. I'm going to press update and I'm going to change P1 to P11. I'm going to press update. And we don't see any response. So let's take a look at the detail HTML. Both buttons are as submit. So I'm going to press Command Shift R and do it one more. Oh, okay. We have P11, but we didn't see the response, I think, in the console. P10. Let's press update. And if we refresh, we have P10. So this is working. However, there's obviously some problem with the response. So let's go to the views one more time. Here we have if request is Ajax. We can actually bring this in. Later we will come back to these views, okay, and we will do some adjustments, but for now let's just leave it as it is. But this won't fix our problem. I'm just going to save the views py anyway, and I'm going to head to detail.js. Response, then we have error, and I think this is the issue. I wrote success with 1c. Is it with 2? Yeah, we will find out. I'm going to save this detail.js, and I'm going to refresh, update, p100, b1, update, and we have p100 and body b1. Okay, so the issue was with the success, with this spelling mistake. I missed 1c, and I'm terribly sorry for this, guys. So right now this is actually working, and as the next step we can basically refer to this title and the body, okay? Because right now we can write title, because at this moment this is already updated at the backend, all right? So if I refresh it, we have p100, but we need to update this on the front end. So we can write title text content is equal to, and then we just need to write response.title, and body text content is equal to response.body. All right, so this will probably do the trick, and we can use handle alerts, and here let's put in success, and then let's put in post has been updated, something like this. All right, so let's see if this will work. I'm going to save this, go back, update, let's put in p1000 or even more zeros, and then b with some ones, update, and yeah, alert box is not defined, so we actually need to grab our alert box. So let's do this below the post box. Const alert box is equal to document, and then get element by ID alert box. All right, I'm going to save this and go back, hit refresh, and yeah, let's bring this now to p1 as it was before, and b1. Let's press update, and we have post has been updated, and we have p1 b1 in the background. This changed. All right, so everything is working perfect. And yeah, we will finish off over here, and we will do the lite functionality in the next one. So have a great day and see you soon. All right, guys, let's do the delete functionality. So we need to jump back into Visual Studio Code, into our detail.js, and below the update form we will refer to the delete form, and over here we are going to add another event listener, and this is also going to be the submit, and then we will have an event. Let's write event prevent default, and let's write our Ajax method. All right, so the type is going to be post, then we will have the URL as the delete URL, and we will have the data, and here we are just going to send the middleware token. All right, so I'm actually going to copy this. Okay, so let's just put it like this, and as the next step we are going to put in the success. So let's write success. And maybe, by the way, I'm going to explain why are we sending just the CSRF middleware token. In the views py, we can get this object that we want to delete by the primary key. Okay, we are passing the primary key, and this is also how we can do it. So if we take a look at the URL over here, we have this primary key, and this is 14. So basically, if we submit the form, we will know that 14 is the object that we want to delete. So knowing this, we can continue working on the success. So over here we will have a function that takes in a response, and then we will have an error case, and in this case scenario we will have a function that takes in an error, and let's just console log the error, and over here let's console log the response. However, no, over here, as mentioned before, we don't see any JSON response, so let's skip this step, it's pointless. But what we can do is to write window location ref, and we want to be taken to the main page. All right, so I'm just going to, as a reminder, I'm going to write as a console log at the top window location. I'm going to save this, hit refresh, and over here we have window location origin, and this is basically our main page. All right, this property over here. Okay, so we can actually refer to it over here. We can write window location and then origin. Okay, and then we would also like to put in the title in a local storage, so we can at the main page have an alert that a post with a title has been deleted. All right, so I'm going to write local storage, and then I'm going to set item, and here we need to provide the name, so I'm just going to put in title, and I'm going to put in title input value. Okay, so let's see if this will actually work. I'm very curious if this will work. We will find out soon. I'm going to hit refresh. Delete. Are you sure you want to delete P1? Let's delete. And we have been taken to the main page. P1 is deleted, so the final step is to actually display an alert with a confirmation that a post has been deleted. All right, a post with a title has been deleted. So in order to do this, let's go to our main.js, and yeah, maybe somewhere below the CSRF token we can set a const deleted, and this is going to be local storage and then get item this time, and we need to provide the name, so the name was title. Okay, and now we can write if deleted, and if this is the case, we are going to use the handle alerts, and we are going to have a red alert, so we need to pass in the class danger, and then we can write as the message with the use of backticks deleted, and maybe something like this. We are going to inject the deleted itself. All right, the deleted from the local storage. And let's clear the local storage after running this handle alerts. Local storage clear. All right, so let's see if this will work. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go to P2, and I'm going to, okay, P2 is, I changed the author, so I can't delete it directly from here. I'm going to go to maybe this one, and I'm going to press delete. Are you sure you want to delete one? Delete, and we didn't see the handle alert. I'm going to clear the cache, and yeah, okay, there it is. All right, so let's do this one more time. Let's delete this new post. So let's go to the details, delete, and now it's working. Okay, deleted new post, and if I refresh, this is gone. All right, let's delete test post 4, delete, and test post 4 has been deleted, and then if I refresh, the alert is gone. All right, guys, so we can finish off over here, and we will continue working on this project in the next one. Have a great day, and bye-bye.